It's off the front foot, punched away through the offside by Jennings. He's got Mullaney chasing after it. Hot and balls again to Wells. It's flashed away off his hip. It's a spectacular effort by Mullaney at point to try and square leg roll to try and take the catch. It's gone for 4.
Button comes in. Jennings pulls through to mid-wicket and the ball races away to the boundary for 4. It's a quick outfield here.
Patterson, passed on by Blackwell, bowls slashed away for 4 more. Nice looking shot by Jennings, who getting away from his partner now. He's on to 25.
Cutting into Jennings, and Jennings punches that over mid-off. Comfortably cleared the ring for 4 runs. Lovely shot from Wells there. Picked to length beautifully and driven along the floor.
3 slips waiting. Flashed away off the pads, away to deep backward square leg. Lovely looking shot. 4 more runs.
Yeah, as Fernando comes in, takes the middle stump from Wells.
As forward goes Jennings. Oh, he's been given out. LBW. Big appeal by Mullaney. And the umpire, Ian Blackwell, raises his finger. And Jennings departs for 42.
That's been taken by Moores. There was a little edge, and Stephen Mullaney does have his 2nd wicket of the morning, his 2nd wicket in the innings. That's the first time this season.
Halfway through his first over after lunch. Bowls. Oh, that's an inside edge off Bell, past the off stump, down towards the fine leg boundary. He's going to get 4 runs for it, but a streaky 4 for Bell.
On the Anderson end, bowls. Lovely shot, George Bell. Ding dong. Away for 4 through the offside. Patterson to bowl, lovely shot, and that's going to be 4 runs. Thought for a second he was going to be denied by the straightness of his drive, because I thought he was going to clatter into the stump.
Hutton past the umpire into Croft, who looks to drive and finds a gap and finds it nicely. Ball bouncing its way along the ground towards the boundary. No catching that for Stephen Mullaney.
Him! Fernando has rearranged George Bell's stumps. Bell again looking to play positively through the offside. This one's around the wicket and bowls, and they're claiming the catch, and up goes the finger of Ian Blackwell, and Balderson's gone for 1, and a wicket for Brett Hutton. His 55th of the season, 2nd catch of the day for Tom Moores.
Bit of width there, and that's hammered away. That's going to be 4. Hamid will chase after it, and he's quick, and he loses his cap in pursuit, but that was 4 the moment it left the bat. It's going to be 4 more, I suspect. There it goes, down to fine leg.
Harrison in. Croft onto the sweep, and chooses where he wants to put that ball. Harrison
Catch.
In and pops up to silly mid-wicket, caught by Matthew Montgomery. Croft goes for 45.
Mullaney in, balls, crunched away, good looking shot, 4 runs for Bailey. Off the back foot. Here comes Mullaney. It's a lovely shot. 4 more for Hurst. Through mid-wicket.
Next delivery. Heaved away on the leg side. That's pretty much a free hit for Matty Hurst, because beat Asiba Mead.
Harrison in, and back foot slap from Bailey into mid-wicket for 4. 6 even.
Well, a good morning and a warm welcome from Emirates Old Trafford for the fourth and final day of the LV County Championship fixture between Lancashire and Nottinghamshire for viewers on Lancs TV, and a warm welcome to listeners via the BBC Sport website and app. The ground staff are peeling off the covers, which is good news. We do have a little bit of a delay. We're told it's 10:45. Well, actually, you can see on screen there, 10:45. Is the scheduled start time, so a 15-minute delay, which actually is not too bad, bearing in mind the forecast being so uncertain today. Certainly, at least this afternoon it is. It's not a massively encouraging forecast. The two umpires are staying warm, or at least dry, in the safety of their balcony for the time being. Nottinghamshire skipper Stephen Mullaney there as well on the balcony, just watching the ground staff do their work. About 15 minutes away from the start of the final day here, actually, at Emirates Old Trafford this season. The final county championship fixture of the summer here for Lancashire, ending the campaign next week with a trip to Canterbury to take on Kent. Dave Bracegirdle will join us a little later on. Phoebe Graham's alongside myself, Scott Reed, here in the commentary box. Morning, Phoebe.
Good morning, Scott. How are you doing?
Yeah, good, thank you. So we're going to get a bit of play. Yay.
Yeah, I think we will do. And the sun's coming out here at Emirates Old Trafford. I think it's battle of the bonus points, and both teams will be looking just to add a few points to their table at the moment. Notts are looking to make sure that relegation zone is not in contention at all going into the final game, and I think a couple of bonus points will really help them alongside the draw. But both teams look keen this morning. Everyone was warming up despite drizzle in the air. There was different forms of warm-up. There was a bit of footballs being kicked around, few catches. So yeah, it feels like everyone's keen to play as much as possible today, despite the weather being around.
Yes, a lot of enthusiasm, which is good to see. Right at the very final throes of the campaign, the ground staff again have done a great job to try and get the outfield all ready and dry. The forecast for this afternoon isn't brilliant, but should we just ignore that?
Yeah, let's just crack on and enjoy the day. Hey, Scott.
Let's pay absolutely no attention to this afternoon's forecast, and fingers crossed we just, as Phoebe says, let's crack on and enjoy the day. So Lancashire are going to resume on 225 for 6, and Matty Hurst is 35 not out on his championship first class debut, and he's alongside Tom Bailey, who's unbeaten on 19. It is about bonus points now, isn't it? So obviously Notts looking for bowling bonus points. Lancashire are still 25 runs away from their first batting point, but it's obviously going to be a draw, this fixture, so you try and make it as the most profitable draw as you can, I suppose. Definitely.
And like I said, it's mainly Nottingham that are playing to make sure they're not in any contention of relegation battle going into the final game. They're reasonably clear, fourth bottom at the moment, but they don't want to put themselves in any jeopardy. So that's why everyone's keen to get out there. Lancashire, I think if things go their way and they maximise bonus points and win next game, they could finish third. So a lot of pride in why they're playing, both teams. But yeah, Lancashire currently 225 for 6. We've seen a great debut from Matty Hurst. We saw a lovely opening partnership stand from Jennings and Wells, but Nottinghamshire have just chipped away at the wicket total. It's not a particularly quick wicket out there. It's a graft for the batters, and the bowlers just have to stay patient to really try and chip away and constantly take wickets.
And of the wickets that have fallen so far for Notts, there have been 2 for Asita Fernando, 1 for Brett Hutton, 2 for the skipper, Stephen Mullaney, 2 for 32 for him, and 1 for Calvin Harrison as well, 1 for 32. Keaton Jennings making 42, Luke Wells making 28. For viewers on Lancs TV, you'll have seen the highlights of yesterday's play just a few moments ago. 84-run partnership between Wells and Jennings for the first wicket. And then Stephen Croft came out, and that was quite sweet because Croft was batting with Hurst yesterday. Croft 45 in the end he made, but when Croft was batting with Matty Hurst, we had 2 guys at the very end, opposite ends of their careers, and we had that lovely message coming through to tell us that when Stephen Croft made his debut, Matty Hurst was 18 months old, which I'm sure Stephen would have loved to have heard.
It's quite remarkable, isn't it? But it's amazing how long and fruitful career Stephen Croft has had at this club, and I think that's what any Lancastrian is looking to do with their cricket career, is play for as many years at the highest level for Lancashire, not leave the club. And that's something that I'm sure Matty Hurst will be thinking right now, is how can I inspire an 18-month-year-old so that I am batting with them in 18 years' time with a career just as good as Stephen Croft.
Do you reckon that's the front and centre of his thought process? I need to go out there today, score some runs to inspire the next 18-month-old.
Probably not. But if the story comes true in 18 years, we'll be telling this great story on the mic.
I'm
have to invite us back, won't they, to tell it?
If I'm still here in 18 years' time, it'd be a miracle. So there are games starting elsewhere. In fact, the 3 Division 2 games are up and running. They've all started on time. And Division 1 matches, well, a couple have got going. I think the Surrey match has got going, the Somerset games got going, and the Essex games got going. We'll have a look at the Surrey match first. Yeah, we can. We can have a look at that now on the live stream. 160 for 6. Surrey in their first innings, replying to Northamptonshire's 357 all out. Ben Folkes unbeaten on 35 and Jamie Overton on 50. They were in a little bit of bother at one stage, Surrey, having lost quite a few wickets early on. There was 60 for 4 and then 79 for 6. So they've managed to recover a little bit. That's the game taking place at the Kia Oval in Division 2. Derbyshire up against Sussex. Sussex did have an outside chance of trying to win promotion this season. That looks like that's faded away. All out for 100, Sussex in their first innings, and Derbyshire replying. 2 former Lancashire players there batting together, Lewis Rees and Brooke Guest. Rees unbeaten on 51 and Guest on 14, and it's 98 for 1 Derbyshire in reply to that Sussex total of 100 all out. As I say, Sussex are probably unlikely to be able to win promotion up to Division 1 now. In terms of trying to stay in Division 1, Kent are taking on Somerset. It's a battle between Kent and Middlesex, really, to try and avoid relegation. Kent have just started their reply because Somerset have declared overnight on 404 for 4 declared. So Tawanda Mayeye and Ben Compton are up in the batting for Kent, and they are 2 without loss. Looks lovely in Taunton. Blue skies in Taunton for that fixture. So Kent are looking for some points. It looks like a draw in that fixture. So again, they're looking for some batting bonus points to try and see if they can stay in Division 1. Lancashire travel to Canterbury next week for their final game of the season. And the other team battling with Kent to try and stay up is Middlesex. And Middlesex are taking on Warwickshire this week. This match taking place at Lord's, and Sam Robson currently batting, and alongside Jack Davis. Robson 51 not out, and this is Middlesex's second innings. They're 96 for 1, and they trail Warwickshire by 98 runs. Warwickshire making 315 all out in reply to Middlesex first innings total of 121. So 96 for 1, still 98 behind. They're going to make sure they make that game safe going into the final day.
Well, just looking at that table for the county championship, the points difference between Middlesex and Kent is 2 points, which is nothing in this format of the game. So when you're looking at 7th to 10th, you've got Notts on 7th, 122 points. Then you've got Middlesex at 8th, 95 points. So there's quite a clear gap there. With Notts drawing today and maxing out the bonus points, they will be away from that relegation zone. 9th place Kent, 93 points. So it really is that battle between Middlesex and Kent, and Northants, who sadly look dead and buried at 63 points. So it's close at that bottom, and it's what the county championship is all about. You play all season. It feels like the season started 2 years ago, but it was only 6 months ago. And it comes down to 1 or 2 crunch points. Could you have got an extra wicket in a game 3 months ago? And actually, it's right here and now that makes a difference. So some really big games going on across the county championship.
Yeah, Middlesex final match is against Nottinghamshire at Trent Bridge next week, and Kent's final game, as I mentioned, is against Lancashire in Canterbury next week. So it will be quite an interesting end to the bottom of that division. Could still be quite interesting at the top of Division 1, because Essex have still got a half a chance of catching Surrey, but Surrey look unbeatable, really, don't they?
Yeah,
it's going to be another trophy for them, I think.
Played 12, won 8, lost 1, drawn 3. So a brilliant record this year for Surrey. Essex not far behind, to be honest. They've played 12, won 7, and drawn 4. So, and only lost 1 match themselves as well. So it's been good at the top, and then in the middle it's just been a lot of draws.
Yeah.
How do we start to win games of county championship cricket? I think that'll be the big question, particularly here at Lancashire. How do we turn our home run of draws into a home run of wins?
Yeah, this one looks like what's draw number 5, I think, here.
Draw number 6.
6, is it? Oh my goodness, right. Blimey. Yeah, well, I mean, there's not a lot they can do about this week, is there, really? If you lose 2 days.
Wild Bazball.
It would have been, wouldn't it? Yeah.
If they'd have gone out and done something outrageous. I mean, we've seen Wells do it in the 100.
Well, yeah, true. Yeah.
So, could have been possible.
Actually, one of the highlights of this season was that ridiculous innings that Phil Salt played against Northamptonshire. He got a 77-ball century against Northants. He came out and absolutely laced it around the place. It was pretty spectacular.
He's played some good knocks this year, Salt, hasn't he? And he's earned his stripes back into the ODI series against Ireland. Not named in the World Cup squad, but he's definitely got a point to prove to be back in the mixer for England. I think he probably fair to say he had a dry patch before this season, and he's sort of come into his own again since being left out of the England squads. That's obviously where his hunger of the game comes from. Yep.
He was. There's some nice little story actually online I was reading the other day about his desire to try and play multi-formats for England if he can, rather than kind of specialise in franchise cricket. You know, he's got a passion to try and play across all formats for England if possible. We can see the blotter's doing its work.
Wow.
It
really is drawing out a lot of water from the ground.
Yeah, it's gone back and forth and sucked up as much as it possibly can. I don't know if this means there's a delay. Well, a further delay. There is now. There is a further delay, I'm hearing. So it was 10:45, the scheduled start. Looking at 11 o'clock potentially now that the game's been, the start time has been pushed back to.
We've actually got some great in as well now, don't we, to hearing what the umpires are talking about.
Got to have your finger on the pulse, haven't you?
Yeah.
You've got to know people that know people that know people. So 11 o'clock is the scheduled start time now. So we're about 20 minutes away from that. What we're going to have 88 overs remaining in the day. So that's what it's been curtailed down to. 88 overs, 11 a.m. start. With Hurst on 35 and Bailey on 19. That's all the details there on the ever impressive scoreboard here at Emirates Old Trafford. I'm not sure if it's Matt. Oh, I think it's Mike in charge. Mike and Colin, I think, on the scoreboard today. I think it was Matt's last day for the season yesterday. So I think Mike and Colin are in charge of the scoreboard today. So yeah, 88 overs, 11 a.m. start. So we're about 20 minutes from the start of play. So we'll leave you for now. We've got say about 15 minutes or so, and then we'll rejoin you and hopefully bring you some action, subject to no further rain falling. At least we'll try and get a bit of cricket in this morning, and as Phoebe mentioned, we're going to completely ignore the weather forecast this afternoon, don't we? Pay no attention.
We might have to create a bit of a bonus point scoring system, see if we can put a bet on between the three of us.
Who will finish with what?
Who will get the most bonus points out of the day? Who's
got what? Well, Lancs have not got any so far. Notts have got 2. So, oh no, 1. They've got 1, haven't they, so far? We'll have a sweepstake for who's got.
That's what I was. The sweepstake.
The sweepstake.
We'll do a commentary box sweepstake.
as to who finishes with. So this is the drama that this is the excitement that you're building up. You've got to have something
Viewers
on
at
it.
home, if you want to take part
Sweepstake, yeah.
of the sweepstake.
Is there a prize?
Pride.
Can't put a price on that, can you?
You can't, no.
Yeah. Right, that's enough waffle for a bit. We'll be back in about 15 minutes. Hopefully, we'll bring you some live cricket.
Hello and welcome along to another edition of Beyond the Boundary. It's a very special edition as well. We're delighted to say that I've got sitting alongside me Mike Brearley, former England captain and eminent psychoanalyst as well, author. The reason Mike is here, not just to watch Middlesex play Lancashire, Middlesex's old county of course, but to promote his new book, Turning Over the Pebbles, which is a memoir about life and cricket and the mind.
Yes.
So Michael, really good to see you.
Good to be here. Thank you, Paul.
Emirates Old Trafford has changed dramatically since your time as a player. First impressions?
I remember playing here for Cambridge University against Lancashire, and we were, of course, playing, changing in the pavilion, square onto the pitch as it was, and Slacky Hilton was bowling.
He was fast.
I'd never seen anything like it. I think he twisted an ankle or something before I went into bat, but he was quick. Anyway, that's one memory, the first memory. But I came to Old Trafford a few times. I can't remember ever scoring any runs here. There was quite an enjoyable test match when Ian Botham scored 118 in 86 balls, I see recorded on one of the pavilion walls. And that was the third of those remarkable matches in 1981. It was your first test match.
It was.
And you got 6 wickets.
I got
Four
four
wickets, and you scored 50.
Unbelievably.
Wonderful.
I've never scored a 50 in any
Wonderful.
class of, well, in
Wonderful.
any senior class of
Wonderful.
cricket.
Thank you, Paul.
Well, thank you, Mike. I do remember, I obviously remember a lot about that game, but I remember being in awe of you because your reputation went before you as a captain. And I also remember you making me feel remarkably calm at obviously the most nervous time of my career.
Well, I'm glad about that. I probably wasn't calm myself, but it's like a swan paddling under the water.
Well, it was a frantic experience, I think, because of what had gone before. Let's just start a little bit with that, because that 81 series is perhaps the one that you'll be most remembered for as captain, coming back to captain the side. England were 1-0 down, and England then won 3 matches on the trot with you at the helm. Same players, more or less.
Yes.
I mean,
But very, very lucky as well, as great turnaround of Ian Botham, and to some extent Bob Willis too, who got 8 wickets at Headingley, 2 tests before this one. No, but at the time, I think I knew perfectly well that it was a hair's breadth, and it was very lucky that we won. But we did, and it was remarkable, and it captured the imagination of a lot of people in the country at that time.
Coming to the book quickly, it's a memoir.
Yes.
And it is about your life from your time as a schoolboy right the way through university as a lecturer, and then your cricket career, and then post-cricket career as a psychoanalyst. But one thing that struck me in the book was that you said that cricket is a part of me. You didn't mention that any other aspect of your career or life is a part of you, but cricket is a part of you. Why is that so fundamental to you? Well, I think, for one thing, it's the first thing I really remember. Cricket, and at that time football, was equal. Winter was football, cricket was summer. When I was little, and my dad was a good cricketer. He played for Yorkshire once and Middlesex twice, and both their second 11s. You know, Yorkshire were the best county in the country. He played with Len Hutton and Herbert Sutcliffe in a match against Middlesex, actually. Headley Verity, and Bill Bowes and Compton and Edrich. So it was quite a match, you know. So it got my imagination. I loved it. I wanted to play cricket all the time. When I was about 9, I put it in the book, my mother said to me,
if you carry on like this, you'll do nothing but play cricket and football all your life, which is a bit true.
Well, there are worse things to do.
And there were many worse things to do. And so I think it was ingrained in me. You know, my dad was a Yorkshireman. He played in Yorkshire League and for Leeds University and the British universities, and then he played for Yorkshire Seconds and so on. And they all thought about cricket from a point of view of tactics and strategy, as well as about technique and what shots you should play and what shots you shouldn't play.
There's a lovely little bit in the book about your upbringing, or your father's upbringing, really, and the way he approached the game as a serious game.
Yes, that's
no,
right.
no fripperies.
No fripperies.
Had to be played properly.
And straight, you know.
Yeah, play straight.
I mean, straight technically, but straight morally as well, according to the values of the time, really.
And yet you were an innovator when in your time at cricket, in many aspects, weren't you?
Well,
you were the first, I think, maybe the second to wear a helmet for a start, or a skull cap, as they were called then.
And within 6 months, everyone was wearing them, except Viv Richards.
Yeah, well, Viv never. I only ever saw Clive Lloyd take a helmet off once when he was facing Sylvester Clarke.
Did he?
And I asked him many years later, so why did he do that? He said, I felt I just needed sharpening up a little.
Oh, did he? Sylvester. He was quite a bowler, wasn't he?
He was rapid, yeah. But interestingly, you obviously, as I said, were an innovator. Fancy fields your father didn't like. I think he said fancy fields or field placings. What do you make of the field placings and the modern game? Well, you can't say in general, but the way the game has evolved.
Well, I think it's evolved quite a bit in the last year and a bit, especially with Ben Stokes joined by Brendan McCullum. And Brendan McCullum, I think, shifted the game on in the mid-1910s, 1913, 15 and beyond, when he captained New Zealand. And I think he did, you mentioned just before we started the one-day match, 50 over matches, but
in the World Cup in 2015.
Yes, but I think in Test cricket too, and in two ways. One is that he having been, I think, depressed actually, or low, and losing the point of what cricket was about, and feeling the New Zealand team had done the same thing. He tried to get people back to playing as they had, with the same mentality, similar mentality to what they had played in as a child when they started playing cricket just for love of the game.
Remember the age, remember the innocence with which you played the game.
And then you can, he said, then you can look for what you hope to do and might do, and not be too preoccupied with how things will go wrong. And I think he helped the English team to transform into an attitude that they shared through the whole, they are sharing still through the whole team, the whole squad, of being able to take a few more risks, to go for things in a natural way, be a bit more relaxed about it and so on.
Is that something that you did yourself when you were captain?
Well, I think I did with some people. I think I did with Ian Botham and his batting when he came back, because he'd got, you know, he was very unlucky, you know. He might have had a Stokes, if he'd had a different set of teams to play against, because of his 11 matches as captain, I think it was, 8 or 9 were against the West Indies, who were easily the best team in the world at the time. And then Australia, the other two. They were the next best team, and we were probably the one after that. And, you know, that was really bad luck. But he had lost his form, both as a bowler and as a batsman, during that time. And I think he needed to...
But it's quite... still amazes me that he was at such a low after the Lord's Test when he resigned or was going to be removed, or whichever way it was, both probably. And yet, almost instantly, because it was the next Test match, he became, yet again, this talismanic figure. Did you say anything to him?
Well,
you must have done.
We only met in between those times on the lunchtime or the afternoon, the day before the Test, and, as you did in those days. And I was a little nervous, you know, how was he going to be? I thought we'd always got on, very different people.
But you'd known him for
5
quite
years,
a while.
4 or 5 years. But I still felt, how bitter was he going to be? How negative would he be about anything? You know, about Was he happy that it was me and not somebody else? I think he was, actually, because he knew me and we got on. And I could give him his head, but sometimes I could just take him off or say, I'm not going to bowl you if you bowl medium pace half volleys, which I did during that match. Took him off after 3 overs, and he didn't like it, but we could get through over that. But batting-wise, I think the luck was that it was such a good pitch to bowl on. We let them get 400 in the first innings. We were, when he came into bat, probably 100 for 5 or something like that, or maybe 80, I don't know, I can't remember. And he played a big shot against Dennis Lilly, and it was a good length, just short of a length ball, and Lilly's usual line just outside off stump, going away, and it reared up. He was trying to hit it off the back foot. It reared up, just missed his gloves and his chin, and went through to Rodney Marshall like that. And he looked up to me. I was sitting in the balcony, which was quite close to the pitch in those days, square on, long leg really, but square on. And I sort of said, enjoy yourself, you know, carry on, because on that pitch I knew, probably on any pitch at that time, but on that pitch in particular, he was better off playing all the shots he felt like playing.
And yet I do seem to remember that when he got his 100, there was a camera shot of you, which I've seen subsequently, of you saying, keep going. Yes. Basically. Well, yes, but that's the same thing.
It was the same thing, really. I didn't want him to stop playing shots, but I just thought he's got to 100, and I think it was when Chris Old had come in as well, and how was Chris going to play? He got at 29. He played 27, 29. They put on probably 60 odd, which is also crucial, like your 52 in the first. That was the latest.
That was at Old Trafford.
I'm sorry, at Old Trafford. Yeah. But anyway, it was so. I did, and I think that's on the BBC programme of highlights of the Test match, that gesture from me. And I was given credit by Richie Benner saying that I was saying carry on, hitting to Chris Old. But I think I was also saying to Chris Old, you know, keep that left foot, his back foot, somewhere in line with the stumps.
Well, he was, yes, he was quite good at giving himself a little room.
Giving himself a little room.
Yeah.
But actually, he did very well as well in that match and in that stand. He also bowled, in the second innings, he bowled 7 overs for 10 runs and got Alan Border out just after lunch. And then Ray Bright slogged him for a couple of 4s from straight to square leg. But he'd done a good job too. So,
where did you, how long did it take you to learn your approach to captaincy? Because you also say in the book that captaincy was very important to you in your future career. It wasn't the fact that philosophy or psychoanalysis helped your captaincy. It was much the other way around, really.
At least as much, I agree with you. Well, I think it's that, you know, there are 2 main branches of captaincy. One is tactics and strategy and putting the right people on the right sort of fields and deciding when to declare and all that sort of thing. But the other is something more intangible, which is to do with how do you get the best out of the team, both individually and as a whole. And I suppose it was, I'm not saying I could always do it very well, but it was always an issue, you know, and there were always 1 or 2 people who would be a bit difficult, from my point of view, in different ways. I would be difficult for them too, by the way. But how did you get the best out of people? And I think one of the lessons that I sort of partly learned, partly from Ray Illingworth talking to Raymond, because I always like to talk to Raymond, but he said about taking John Snow to Australia in 1971, when we won. And he decided that with John Snow, he said to John Snow, look, until the first test, the key bowler, I want you, you're going to do what everyone else does in the way of practice and so on, turn up to the nets and really try and get yourself fully fit. After that time, if all's going well, it's up to you. You tell me when you want to practice, you tell me when you want to play. In other words, to start with, the rules are the same for you as for everyone else. But once we get into the test cricket, and I want you to be fit for test matches, that's what I want, you do it your way. And I admired that. And I think the rest of the team could buy into that he was being treated differently from others. A bit of that was true of Ian, but sometimes with Ian, I had to say to him, no, you've got to bowl before we go and play a match, you know, bowl a bit. And then he'd come and bowl bounces at me in the nets. amusing himself.
Well, yeah. I mean, he was a rule to himself. But
He
as you
was.
say, he needed managing, and
He
you
did.
managed him.
He did.
Managed him admirably. Do you think you'd enjoy captaining the present-day England side?
Yes.
Under McCullum
Yes.
and Rob Key and what
I think
they-
I'd have loved it. I'd have loved it.
because that seems to be exactly what you're talking about.
Yes,
now.
I'm afraid I couldn't buy into it for myself. But
No.
because I still remain tense and uptight.
Well, and
gripping
you
the
say
ball.
in the book you were, before your first game of cricket at school, you were sick. You felt sick, too sick to play,
Yes, yeah.
and also your test match.
The second Test match, the first one at Lord's, was.
Yeah. Yeah,
quite- I
but at
mean-
least you can appreciate how the others feel then, of course.
Well, I
with
think there's
first-hand
something in
experience.
that the people who are really the geniuses of the game are not always the best captains, because they haven't had to go through the things that the rest of us have to go through, certainly from time to time. And it's always a bit of a struggle at the top level. I think by the end of my career, I got to feel I belonged in county cricket. I was a good county cricketer.
Yeah.
I was on the edge of being a test player. I mean, I got selected as a batsman.
Well, he played 39 times.
Yes, but many of them because I was captain.
Yeah.
But still, as a batsman, I'm thinking of. So, yes.
How? No, because it's interesting to me, and I'm sure to people who want to get to know you or feel they want to get to know you. You were captain for 31 of those 39 tests. Did it ever, not dawn on you perhaps, but did it trouble you that you weren't contributing as a batsman, and how did you equate that?
Yeah.
And how did that make you feel
Yeah.
compared to the greats who were around you, the
Yeah.
Bothams, the Willises, the Boycotts, the Underwoods,
Garrows.
etc.?
Well, that's a nice moment. That's Stan Pritchard, who's been a long-serving member of the stewarding staff here at Emirates Old Trafford, and it's his final day, and he gets the honour of ringing the bell here at Emirates Old Trafford. Congratulations on a brilliant couple of decades at the club, Stan. You've always been a wonderful welcome when you arrive here. He's the first man you see on the gate. So nice that he has the privilege of ringing the bell to see the arrival of the players. We've got some players coming out, Dave, which is wonderful. We're going to see some cricket.
Very good morning, Scott. Good morning, everybody. I actually spoke to Stan this morning, bizarrely. Staying at the far side of the ground, but this morning, for obvious reasons, I wanted to bring my car round to this end, to the media centre end of the ground, so I can pop all the kit in at the end of the day. And Stuart said, where are you going? Where are you going? His name was Paul. He was a nice man as well. But where are you going this morning? He said, I just want to. Can I get my car in there? He said, you can if it's okay with Stan. Who's Stan? And then Stan came. Hello, he said. Hello, I know who you are. You do the commentary with Scott, don't you? I know who you are. I said, no, I know who you are. You're Stan, because Paul had said. And he said, yeah, we had a chat, and he escorted me to my parking space just downstairs. So nice. He didn't tell me then that he was packing the job in today, but many congratulations on a wonderful couple of decades. We just couldn't do the game, could we? We couldn't have county cricket without our wonderful volunteers and without our wonderful stewards that look after everybody. We're going to get some cricket. It's been like the okey cokey out there this morning, hasn't it, with the covers? They're on, they're off, they're on, they're off. You put your left leg in, you pull another cover off, but we are going to get some cricket, and it's going to be Dane Patterson to get us underway just a minute or so early as he comes in and bowls. Lancashire 225 for 6. It's defended. Scott and I were just musing as we do whether there might be a shall we declare, but I think the forecast, which isn't good, has probably put paid to all that. You wouldn't want to go to all the trouble of declaring and setting a game up, and then the rain comes, and you think, well, if we'd just played properly for a couple of hours, we might have been able to get another bonus point or two.
Yeah, I think so. I think it's going to have to be a little battle for bonus points, isn't it, over the course of the next couple of hours. There's the first runs of the morning. Worked out through the offside for a single. And the score moves on to 226 for 6. Matty Hurst gets his first run of the day. He moves on to 36. Bringing Tom Bailey back on strike. So 250 is the first marker for Lancashire as Bailey goes back and defends to mid-on, no run. For their first batting bonus point, Nottinghamshire have already picked up 2 bowling bonus points so far. Lancashire need to get to 250 for a batting bonus point. So Bailey's 19 and Hurst on 36. We've got Dane Patterson bowling from the Brian Statham end of the ground. Heading in with a couple of slips waiting. And Bailey defends away into the offside, and Hasib Hamid comes up from extra cover to field, and there is no run. As Dave said, it has been a little bit on-off today. We've had the covers on for most of the morning, and then they were peeled away, and they came back on again. We had a bit of rain. 10:45 scheduled start time was pushed back to 11 o'clock, but in theory 88 overs to go today, but feels a tad optimistic, but we'll see. Here's Patterson to Bailey again, through to Tom Moores, and there's no run. We haven't got the floodlights on, but it is quite thick cloud cover above us. It's not particularly bright, but clearly it's all right at the minute without any need for cover for the floodlights to be on. So the final ball of the first over of the day. And Bailey waiting. Underway at 11 o'clock as Bailey gets his first run of the day, just working it out towards mid-wicket for a single. 227 for 6, Lancashire in their first innings. 11 o'clock starts, a half an hour delay. Looks like being just a little battle for extra bonus points. The game heading towards a draw here. Lancashire need to get to 250 for their first batting bonus point. They're currently on 227 for 6. Looks a bit grey and murky out towards the city centre as well, doesn't it? Grey skies and kind of thick cloud cover ahead, but yeah, not a particularly pleasant day for wandering around the city centre. So who's going to open up the bowling from the Jimmy Anderson end? It's going to be the leg spinner. You see Calvin Harrison to get things going from the James Anderson end. He's got a slip in place and a forward short leg. There's a short mid-wicket, extra cover. Mid-off, mid-on, there's a deep mid-wicket, deep backward square leg, and a deep point. And here's Dave Bracegirdle.
Yes, here comes the young leg spinner. His first ball is down the leg side. Tom Moores has taken it and appeals as if there might have been a bit of a graze on the ball there from the bat of Tom Bailey, who we met last night. Well, I think Scott's met him before, but I met him last night. He wishes he hadn't met me, actually, as this is pushed into the offside by Bailey. He'll get a couple of runs to go into, to move from 20 to 22. Yes, it was all a bit of a disaster all round. It was nattering to poor old Tom, and he turned round with a backpack on and knocked a glass over. I blame the bar staff. You should pick up clean glasses, shouldn't you, if they've been left on tables. Next one's pushed into the offside by Tom Bailey. Tall man. Played nicely yesterday for his runs. Can give it a mighty wallop. Hasib Hamid is out at deep mid-wicket. Should Bailey take the aerial route? He doesn't. He pushes the next ball up to mid-on. A combination of Hutton and Mullaney do the fielding. In fact, it's not Stephen Mullaney. Who's that down there at mid-on? Joe Clark? Yeah. 229 for 6. This is the 71st over of the innings. Next one is cut past Mullaney and down to third man for 4. Don't think it was close enough to Stephen Mullaney, who's in at first slip, the sole slipper. I don't think it was close enough to him to regarded as anything other than a missed opportunity by the fact they didn't have a second slip in, but it was nowhere near Mullaney. 4 more to 33 for 6. And Bailey's on to 26 from 56 balls. He's hit 2 4s and a 6. Still some dampness out there, clearly, because Calvin Harrison's having to spend quite a few seconds there drying the ball as it's returned to him. Matthew Montgomery in at short leg, took a catch there yesterday from the bowling of Harrison. That's a genuine leg spinner which turns quite sharply. Moores takes it outside the off stump and there's no run. 233 for 6 Lancashire after 71 overs. You'd imagine they'll go through the processes here with Patterson and Calvin Harrison up to the 80th over, and then have a go with Hutton and Fernando just to see if they can knock over this Lancashire tail. Bonus points, of course, can be accrued up until the end of the 110th over, which is still 39 overs away.
Yeah, 2 bowling bonus points so far for Nottinghamshire. Lancashire looking for their first batting bonus points, and a draw will make things all mathematically safe for Nottinghamshire in terms of their Division 1 status, as Patterson's in, left alone by Hurst. And through to the keeper. There is no run.
Yeah, things will look a little clearer at the end of today. Kendra already 25 for 2, by the way, down at Taunton, where I did see overnight there was all sorts of speculation that Tom Kohler-Cadmore, who was called up by England yesterday, might break up a long-standing record at Taunton, the fastest century there.
As Patterson comes over the wicket, bowls left again by Hurst.
He was 68 not out overnight from 31 balls, having hit 8 sixes yesterday,
right.
But they declared overnight, so that was...
that's a bit mean, isn't it?
So Somerset declared 404 for 4, but they've already picked up 2 top-order Kent wickets. Kent 25 for 2 there. Playing everywhere, yeah, everywhere. We were the last to start, so understand there's decent weather in the East Midlands this morning. Hope it stays like that next week for the match against Middlesex.
Patterson to Hurst. It's flashed away towards the leg side. Straight to Matt Montgomery at mid-wicket. No run.
You chatted to young Matty last night, didn't you?
I did, yeah. Yeah, it's nice to speak to Matty. He was on his debut. It was nice to watch him back with Stephen Croft. He was. I mentioned the fact that we've got a message in to say that he was 18 months old when Stephen made his Lancashire debut, but he did say how much he enjoyed batting with Crofty. I mean, that experience at the other end. Patterson to Hurst. Let's try and work the ball away to the leg side. Just deflects off his thigh pad.
I can remember all those hundreds of years ago when you and I first started working together, and you were a young, fresh-faced pup, and all the players were older than you. It's the other way around now, isn't it? Everybody's younger than you.
Thanks, Dave.
Well, it's true, isn't it?
Yeah,
it's true.
That type of thing that just gives me a good pick-up in the morning. You're an old fart, and everyone's younger than you now. Motivational speaking, thanks to Dave Bracegirdle.
You're an experienced broadcaster.
It's Patterson in a ball down the leg side to Hurst. But taken cleanly by Tom Moores, but no extra damage done. 233 for 6.
But certainly you must have felt, chatting to young Matty yesterday, that he was somebody from a different generation. But my word, he played well yesterday, didn't he?
He did. Yeah, he did.
Did he enjoy it? Did he?
He did. He said he loved it. He said obviously he was quite calm until it rapidly dawned on him yesterday as he was walking out to the middle that he was making his debut. So he said he did feel a few butterflies. Pushed away into the offside for no run, but then said as soon as he got going, he was pretty calm. In fact, there's an interview. You can see the interview. It's on our Twitter handle at BBC Lancs Cricket. It's also on the official Lancashire Cricket Twitter handle as well, so you can watch the interview with Matty there.
I'll listen to it on the way home, Scott. I'll have a listen.
End of the over, 2-3-3 for 6. So Hurst on 36 and Bailey on 26.
Of course, although we knew he was going to play, and I presume there was some sort of presentation, there was a prolonged bout of applause on the first day. He was obviously going to be involved for Lancashire until they actually flipped the coin yesterday. He wasn't making his debut, was he? If this had been totally abandoned, it wouldn't have happened. And this one's pushed into the offside by Bailey, and there's no run. And the reason I say that is, before the start of the 2018 season, Notts had one of those pre-season first-class games against the Cambridge students. As Bailey plays across the line there, he's hit on the pad. He'd thrust that left pad, the front pad, a long way down, but playing across the line, which was a little bit dangerous. Yeah, the match against the Cambridge students down at Fenners was a first-class fixture. Next ball hurries on to Bailey, who does well to adjust and run it away behind square for another run. 2:34 for 6, and a young wicket-keeper by the name of Tom Keast was going to play for Notts, and that would have been his first-class debut. The match was abandoned; they didn't toss a coin, so of course he didn't technically make his first-class debut. And lo and behold, end of the season, he left Notts, moved on. So he's one opportunity to play first-class cricket. This is pushed into the offside, and there's no run. Didn't happen just purely through the vagaries of the weather. If they just got as far as even flipping the coin, it would have counted as a first-class appearance. Harrison in again. He's bowled tidily this morning. Dropped on the leg side by Hurst, and there's no run. Little bit for, I'm sure it's the same in the Lancashire side. Scott would know better than I. 1 or 2 nearing milestones. Joe Clark needs 39 runs for 1,000 in the season. This is pushed away, and there's no run. Dane Patterson is on 47 first-class wickets, so he'll be looking to keep his impressive run of 50-plus seasons going. The 3rd time running if he can get 3 more wickets. And going into this round of matches, Brett Hutton was the leading wicket taker in the county championship, and he got 1 yesterday. I'm sure he'd like to get another cluster of wickets before the season ends. 2:34 for 6 at the end of the over. We had 73 overs. Matty Hurst 36, Tom Bailey 27, and they've not had too many alarms this morning, although there was a very loud LBW shout against Bailey in that last over.
Yeah, Bailey's on strike for the start of Patterson's next, and that's edged and taken at first slip by Joe Clark, and Bailey departs for 27. And Lancashire lose their first wicket of the day. It's their 7th of their innings. Edge through to Clark, takes a good low catch, low to his left, about shin height. And Lancashire 2:34 for 7. And Patterson strikes, and Bailey's gone for 27.
Yeah, that's one of the 3 that Dane Patterson requires. Moves him on to 48 for the season. Notts needing 2 more wickets now for maximum bowling bonus points. As you say, Scott, it's a decent grab from Joe Clark. It's one of those positions, isn't it, to first slip, where you can stand there all day long and not a single thing comes to you, but you've got to be ready, because it might happen first ball of the morning, it might happen the last ball of the 96th over late in the day, but you've got to be on your mettle. You've got to be ready just to take it. And first ball of the over, I guess that's that is one of those where you've really got to be concentrating. You can be nattering to your fellow slips or the wicket keeper, or just lose concentration for a split second. But Clark did well there. That was a very good take. As wandering out to the middle comes Jack Blatherwick, former Notts player, of course. I thought that was Alex Ferguson on the screen there for a second on the live pictures. But that's not from here, is it? So it won't be Sir Alex Ferguson. You're just looking at a screen away to our right. That's a different. Is that a different game?
Yeah, well, we're just having a little look at one or 2 supporters inside the ground here. And
there we are. Oh, it is here.
There's a chap who's got he's got his earpiece in, and he's tucking into his sandwiches. You're on the big screen if you can hear us. Give us a wave. Can you hear us? Up towards the big screen. There you are, mate. Give us a wave. You're on the big screen. There you go. Happy days.
Good morning, Sir Alex.
Enjoy your day at the cricket, mate.
Now, where's he sat? Where's he sat, Scott?
I'm quite sure. Wait till that camera pans out. Here comes Patterson to Blatherwick, in and bowls left and through to Moores, and there is no run. He's away to our right hand side, I think, in the upper tier, away to our right.
Enjoy your day, sir.
Took into his sandwiches quite early then, wasn't he? Not even lunchtime yet. 2:34 for 7. I've no idea. I presume lunch is 12:30. But I've not been told this.
We're presuming, aren't we?
We are making a wild presumption that lunch is 12:30. There's Patterson in, balls. And forward goes Blatherwick and defends. And there is no run. 2:34 for 7. So first wicket that for Dane Patterson. 1 for 45. Blatherwick joining Matty Hurst. Sets off again. Halfway into this over. 2 slips waiting. Blatherwick plays forward and defends away to the onside. Picked up at mid-wicket by Montgomery, and there's no run. Yeah, if you're heading down to, obviously this is the last game of the season here, but next season if you come into Emirates Old Trafford, you can pick up those earpieces in the club shop.
And you too can be embarrassed on the big screen.
That is distinctly possible. That is quite possible. Patterson from the Statham end. Over the wicket to Blatherwick, full and wide and left, and taken by Tom Moores, and there's no run.
Weather forecast, it's going to be in and around us throughout the day, I think.
Looks that way.
If we're fortunate, we might miss some of the wet stuff, but we haven't been very fortunate for large parts of this match.
We haven't, no. 2 full days lost. Actually got quite a decent amount in yesterday, didn't we? 70 overs, was it, yesterday?
Yeah, but we only had 3 overs after tea, which was a shame.
Yeah. Patterson to Blatherwick. Again, that's defended. Up towards Brett Hutton, who's at mid-off, and there's no run. End of the over. A wicket maiden, that, for Dane Patterson. It's 2:34 for 7.
He's on 48 wickets now. If he gets another one before the 80th over, good luck Stephen Mullaney trying to get the ball off him, because he knows he needs 3 for 50. Calvin Harrison to continue. I suspect it is still a little damp out there in the extremities. Every now and again you'll see a player just, sort of make that gesture as if it's a bit squelchy here and there, but fair play to the umpires and the players. They've been keen to put some cricket on, as we mentioned yesterday. It is the entertainment industry. There are people here who've paid good money to come and watch this, as Harrison starts with a loopy full toss that Matty Hurst turns on the leg side, and he runs back for 2 and comfortably comes back. Had the throw gone to the other end, I'm not suggesting it should have done from Hamid, but had he been able to get into a position to sort of turn and twist and realise what was going off, Blatherwick might have been in difficulty getting back to the non-striker's end, but wholly endorse Hamid firing it in as it was. It was really good running from Hurst, who plays the next ball to Hutton at mid-wicket. That's a real show of intent from Matty Hurst there. There was probably only 1.5, but he made it into 2 just by his purposeful running. Next delivery sees Hurst defend. He's on to 38. A really nice little milestone if he can get at least a half-century on his first innings. Something just to keep him warm on a cold winter's night. As he reflects back on it, plays the next ball to mid-wicket, fielded by Brett Hutton.
He did quite well there, Hash, didn't he? Because I think he slipped a little bit and did well not to lose his balance completely.
His delivery is defended. Yeah, it would have, sort of taken another split part of a second to have turned and thrown it to the non-striker's end, and by then I guess Blatherwick would have been able to get back, but certainly only ever looked to be one. Hurst comes down the track this time, doesn't properly get hold of it, hits it crisply enough, but I think he was looking to take the aerial route. Instead he hits it on the bounce. Back to Harrison, end of the over. 2:36 for 7. We've had 6 overs already this morning. I think Notts are rattling through these overs. I just wonder if Calvin Harrison actually has done a little bit of damage there. We can see on the... Yes, I'm no good at lip reading, but those that are might want to look away now from the live stream pictures. I think Calvin's in a bit of pain there, and that's not good news for the leg spinner. Oh, dear, that was, I said it was hit hard back at him by Matty Hurst, and he's clearly not taken it cleanly. He's grabbed his sweater and he's in a little bit of discomfort. On comes James Hayes as the sub-fielder, optimistically, with sunglasses on top of his floppy sun hat. He's brought something out for umpire Blackwell as well. I wonder if that's a light meter that he's given to the umpire.
Oh dear.
And it's going to be Dane Patterson, so Stephen Mullaney might have to find somebody else to bowl from the far end, because that didn't look good for Calvin.
He didn't, no. Yeah, he was grimacing a bit though, wasn't he, as he was leaving the field for a bit of treatment. 2:36 for 7. Patterson, fresh from a wicket maiden, starts his next over, bowling to Jack Blatherwick, who leaves. Through to Tom Moores, who's keeping wicket for Nottinghamshire again. And there is no run.
Just had a time or two playing everywhere else. At Lords, Middlesex 125 for 3. There's still 69 runs away from making Warwickshire bat again. They'll be desperate to get something out of that. But Kent at 31 for 4 at Taunton.
Yeah, I was just looking at some of the scores there. There's been a bit happening, hasn't there? It's a nice shot by Blatherwick. Eased away for his first runs towards point, where Hamid catches up with the ball and comes back for 2. So it's 2:38 for 7. Yeah, Middlesex score 125 for 3. Sam Robson on 63, so they trail by 68. As you mentioned, Dave, as well, the match at Taunton's bounced a bit along today, hasn't it? Kent are in a bit of bother. And their reply to that overnight declaration. Patterson to Blatherwick. Again, that's played up towards mid-on. There's Stephen Mullaney to field for Nottinghamshire. And there is no run.
Yeah, and with Somerset declaring overnight at 404 for 4, it meant, of course, that Kent only got 1 bowling point.
Yeah, this is, for those watching on the live stream, I can tell you the score is 35 for 4, Kent, in reply to that declaration by Somerset.
Yeah, Lewis Gregory doing much of the damage this morning. 3 of the 4 wickets.
There's Patterson to Blatherwick. Drops it short, up onto his toes, and just guides the ball calmly away to backward point where Hamid fields, and there's no run.
And at the Oval, Surrey are 9 wickets down against Northants. They trail by 172. Northants have got to get that last wicket, and in fact that might just have been taken.
I think it has, yeah.
Well, Northants have got to enforce the follow-on and do it again, and if they can pull off an incredible victory there, they'll at least take their hopes into the last round of matches.
Forward again, Blatherwick smothering this next delivery, which is pushed a little fuller by Patterson. And there's no run. Yeah, you're spot on, Dave. 185 all out. Surrey. Well, it'd be some final day drama there, wouldn't it? If Northamptonshire were able to produce something extra special.
Well, at both ends of the table, because if Surrey lost, that would at least keep the likes of Essex and maybe Warwickshire interested and involved. If Warwickshire can pull off a victory at Lords against Middlesex, if Essex can get the better of Hampshire.
172 the difference between those two sides, Surrey and Northants, first innings. Blatherwick finds Ben Slater, an extra cover to complete the over here. 2:38 for 7. I was watching on the live stream. That final wicket to bowl Surrey out was Ben Folkes, falling LBW. So yeah, a little bit of interest in some of the games at the top and bottom of Division 1 in this 4th and final day.
Matthew Montgomery's just had to do a very quick undressing job. He's got rid of the protective pads that he's had on whilst he's been in at short leg for Calvin Harrison. Now finds himself bowling because Harrison hasn't returned after that hand injury that he sustained the final ball of the last over. Ball drilled back at him by Matty Hurst. So the off spinner Matthew Montgomery picked up a wicket last week at Canterbury. German international of all things, South African born, but on his mother's side there are German links, so he played for Germany in that ICC World T20 qualifier up in Scotland recently. Bowls a no ball to begin with, and he comes off 1.5 paces and he's bowled a no ball, so 2 runs to the Red Rose, 240 for 7. That's not a great start, is it? You've gone for 2 runs and you've still got 6 balls to bowl. Next one is just dabbed away down towards third. Brett Hutton lumbers after it. There'll be a couple of runs. Not a great throw back in from Brett if you're kind of trying to keep the ball dry. Bounced before reaching Moores. But Hurst on to 40. He's faced 99 balls. Very much enjoying himself, no doubt. Drives this crisply, and Montgomery can't field off his own bowling. So another single. That's the 100th ball faced on his first innings for Lancashire by Matty Hurst. He's 41 not out. This is the 77th over. Not some sure of taken care of any over rate business this morning. They were already +2, but they've rattled through their overs here. Montgomery bowls. Blatherwick looks to drive. Can only pick out Fernando at mid-off. His delivery is pushed into the offside. There's no run. It was absolutely scorching down at Canterbury last week, the match against Kent, and all the way through the game, suggesting that this will be nice, pleasant conditions for a man from Colombo. As Blatherwick goes after this, he's taken the aerial route, lifted it over Fernando. Will the ball plug? It will. Just like a nice pitching wedge into the 7th green. It's just plugged the other side of Fernando, and they come back for 2. And of course, I was suggesting that the man from Colombo might find it, quite pleasant conditions. But even Asita, when I talked to him after no, this is too hot for me, Dave, he said. Much too hot for me. So that's how hot it was down in the Garden of England. Next ball through to Moores, and there's a little bit of excitement there from everybody by the umpire. End of the over, 245 for 7 after 77 overs. Hurst has 41, Blatherwick has 4. I'll be back with you shortly.
Well, he's 9 runs away, Matty Hurst, chatting there with Jack Blatherwick. 9 runs away from a maiden first-class half-century. Kind of suggested the idea to him. I said, oh, maybe tomorrow you could go on, get a few extra runs, maybe get to 50. He's like, oh no, let's not go there. let's not think about it. Let's not project too far in the future.
I bet that would have been one of the hardest things for him, to sleep on his knock.
There's Patterson into to Hurst, just nudged off the hip, down to fine leg for a single. Phoebe Graham replacing Dave Bracegirdle. Dave will be back in a minute once he's updated listeners in Nottinghamshire. 246 for 7. He said he was a little nervous, obviously, at the start, but as soon as he got underway, he said he felt pretty calm, pretty chilled out.
That's good. Yeah. It's just another game of cricket at the end of the day, isn't it? Once you take away the occasion, play what's in front of you.
It's Patterson to Blatherwick. That's defended away into the offside, and there is no run. 246 for 7, so the possibility of a bonus point is not far away now for Lancashire. Notts have picked up 2 so far, and the bowling bonus points. 4 more runs will get Lancashire's first batting bonus point. It's Patterson to Blatherwick. Nicely played away through mid-wicket. Just for a single though. Lyndon James on the mid-wicket boundary in front of the hotel. Blatherwick moves on to 5. 247 for 7.
That's a lovely shot, guided through mid-wicket from Blatherwick. Former Notts man himself, Blatherwick.
Yeah.
There seems to be a lot of movement, doesn't there, between the 2 counties, Nottinghamshire and Lancashire?
Yeah, Blatherwick starting there. Of course, Luke Wood as well. Short ball, which Hurst pulls out towards square leg and probably feels as though he's missed out a little bit, looking at his reaction there. Going to get just a single, Matty Hurst. The score moves on to 248 for 7.
Hasib Hamid was saying this is his first game back at Emirates Old Trafford since he left.
Is he really? Okay.
4 years ago.
Wow.
So he obviously hasn't played as much T20 cricket for Nottinghamshire. And then because Notts have been in Division 2.
Of course, yeah. Patterson to Blatherwick. Punched off the back foot. That's nicely timed. Here goes Hamid in pursuit, but beats Hamid, and that 4 brings up the 250 for Lancashire as well. And notch up a batting bomb at this point. 252 for 7. Blatherwick, nice looking shot, driven away. All right, first game back then for, because he's certainly not his first game against Lancs, is it? But he's played at Blackpool certainly against Lancashire. I remember that.
Yeah, at Trent Bridge I think as well.
Okay.
But not back
here.
at
Right.
Emirates Old Trafford. So
4 years it's been since he left as well, is it?
yeah.
Wow. Where does the time go, Phoebe?
That's a good question.
It is a good question. Patterson in balls, forward goes Blatherwick. It's punched
played.
up to Hutton, no run.
Played again by Blatherwick there. Looking comfortable, isn't he, at the crease at the moment? 5 from 18 deliveries.
It's the end of the over. 78 overs gone, so there will be a new ball becoming available for Nottinghamshire in 2 overs' time. Hurst on 43, Blatherwick on 9, 252 for 7. And, well, a pretty quiet start to the 4th and final day. Are you worried about the radar and the weather?
Yeah, I'm just looking at online. We've got a big picture of the radar, but it's beautiful in front of us, and that's the main thing, isn't it, Scott?
Well, you say that. It's overcast and it's... But they're nice coloured grey clouds, aren't they, to be fair?
They are. Montgomery in, and Blatherwick drives that down the ground to mid-on for 1 run.
We know you like a certain shade of grey.
Exactly.
This is your favourite, isn't it?
It is the light grey.
Yeah.
It's when it's so bright you want to wear sunglasses, but then the sun's not out and there's no blue sky. That's where Manchester really tricks you. Montgomery in and driven to cover. No run. And just guided that through to mid-wicket. Did Blatherwick again for no run. Trying to find this extra bit of turn here is Montgomery. So he's in. Blatherwick again flicks off to mid-wicket for no run.
Yeah, Montgomery bowling here because of the injury to Calvin Harrison. He's not returned, has he, since leaving the field with that finger problem.
Montgomery in and punched back to the bowler. Hands on head from Morsey. Enjoyed that delivery. We watch it again on replay. Just had a little bit of spin, did that one. It came in a good yard. That's very well bowled from Montgomery. Just 8 from his 2 overs. Lancashire 253 for 7. Looks like Patterson is going to continue.
Surrey have been asked to follow on by Northamptonshire. Northants bowled Surrey out for 185, and confirmation that Surrey are back out there batting again. So Rory Burns and Dom Sibley starting Surrey's second innings, trailing by 172. It would be a quite fascinating story if Northants were able to produce a result there. Forward again goes Hurst, as Phoebe said. Patterson continuing from the Statham end, defending up towards extra cover. There's no run. 253 for 7. Down to 1 slip. There's a deep backward point, which is Hasib Hamid on the boundary.
Yeah, it's not a particularly attacking field to Hurst, who's 44 from 105.
Patterson to Hurst. That's worked off the pads to mid-wicket. And there's no run. Yeah, well stacked on the leg side there, aren't they, the fielders?
It's a slow wicket, so the catcher in mid-wicket is quite a key fielder here.
Yeah, there's 2 mid-wickets there, one quite short, one at regulation, and there's a deep mid-wicket of the boundary and a fine leg and a mid-on, so plenty of fielders on the leg side as Patterson from the Statham end back into Hurst. Drives away into the offside, partially stopped by Ben Slater. Hurst gets through for 1 and nudges his total onto 45. 254 for 7. Bringing Blatherwick back on strike. Phoebe, I'll leave you in the company of Dave Prescott.
Calvin Harrison returned to the pitch. Looks like he's got his thumb and wrist strapped now, so may come back into the attack as Patterson comes in and defends comfortably by Blatherwick.
I'm here.
He's
I'm
back.
here. Oh, sorry, Dave. We've just put the next record on, so I had to wait a little bit.
What were they playing, Dave?
They were playing Valerie by Amy Winehouse and Ronson. Is it Mick Ronson?
Can't remember.
Mark Ronson.
Yeah, that's it.
Thank you, Scott.
Patterson in and comfortable. Guide through down to third man. No one down there. And Blatherwick plays that really nicely with soft hands. Allows the ball to come onto the bat and then just steers that through to third for 4 runs.
Yeah, Calvin Harrison back on the field. You'd imagine the Notts physios had a bit of work to do there. Maybe, I don't know, there's on the live screen, those of you watching, maybe the old physios had to pop a dislocation back in. Ugh. I've had all that done. Have you had that? Have you had a dislocated finger?
I haven't, no. I've been fortunate so far. Patterson in and driven by Blatherwick. They take the single. Starves Hurst of the strike. Patterson, 19 overs, 1 for 60 runs. And Lancashire are 259 for 7.
If you carry on bowling, Phoebe, it'll happen to you one day, I'll guarantee you that, because sooner or later you're in the firing line and I'll hit back at you off your own bowling. You have to take them, don't you? But you can't catch them all. That was a saying, wasn't it? What was that? Was that Pokemon, was it? You can't catch them all? Something like that? What have you got?
No, it's fingers aren't
this
too bad.
This is good radio. Phoebe's showing me her fingers right now. There we are. There we are on the live stream.
Little finger.
This little finger went to market.
Sort of jag back a little bit, and I keep catching it.
Yeah, I've got short, dumpy fingers, but I've broken and dislocated all of mine. Trying to.
Yeah, as far as cricketers' hands go, I think I've done reasonably well so far. Just keep catching them. That's why, you see.
Presume the second new. Yes, it's on the screen. We missed the ceremonial unveiling of the new ball from the polythene wrapper, but the new ball has been taken, and Asita Fernando is going to come into the attack after a little bit of a phony war this morning. The spinners Calvin Harrison and then Matthew Montgomery having sent down 5-6 overs from the Anderson end, but now then you'd imagine it'll be Fernando, and I'm sure Brett Hutton's hoping that he can share the new ball duties from this end, but Dane Patterson on 48 wickets for the season. I wouldn't be at all surprised if Dane said, keep me going, Skip, so we'll have to see.
Might draw out 1 or 2 more. Patterson.
Is this your end or mine?
This can be your end.
This could be my end. Asita Fernando then. Bowled nicely yesterday, 1 for 40, comes in and bowls a quickish delivery. Certainly in comparison with anything else we've seen this morning from the far end, that was much quicker, and Blatherwick watches it go through to Tom Moores. 2 slips, Joe Clark has already taken a good catch today. Matthew Montgomery is at second slip. He took a sharp catch to dismiss Stephen Croft at short leg yesterday. We've got Lyndon James down at third, Ben Slater at backward point, Calvin Harrison in the covers. Hutton's at mid-off. They're the 6 fielders on the offside. Here comes Fernando again. In and bowls, and Blatherwick defence. Don't think we've got the captain on the field, have we? Because James Hayes is at mid-on, the sub-fielder. Mid-wicket is Asiba Mead, and Dane Patterson down at the long legs. The captain's gone AWOL, so Seba Mead will be pulling the strings tactically. He's the vice captain. Had to do the job in one championship match earlier in the season when Stephen Mullaney missed the contest. It was down at the Oval. Crikey, he was dealt a tough hand down there. Was a Seba Mead as Fernando comes in and bowls, and this is wide of the off stump. Notts were bowling on the first morning, and Jake Ball had only bowled 2 or 3 overs, and then he went crock, so he was out of the game. And then Brett Hutton went off the field as well, and in the second innings, Dane Patterson was off the field for a long old time. So poor old Seba Mead was left without much of his seam bowling attack, but Lyndon James stepped up, got a 6-fer. Will Young on his debut, the New Zealander, got a century, and Notts with probably the better of an honourable draw. Yes, Fernando in and bowls again. Blatherwick leaves it alone. He didn't get his direction right at the start of his first spell yesterday morning. Fernando bowling from this end, if you remember, the first 2 scoring efforts of the match were 4 leg bys and 4 leg bys, weren't they, down the leg side?
Yeah, he gets nice shape away from the right-hander, so into the left-hander, and it almost was moving too much, and then they were able to get 8 leg bys off the first over, which I think Jennings was more than happy with. But here he's bowling quite a wide channel, but the ball keeps going away from Blatherwick.
He was on strike, and same again as Phoebe described there, well away from him, and Tom Moores takes it low down. So this is the 81st over, so there are 29 overs after this in which bonus points can be accrued. Notts need 2 wickets for maximum bowling points in those 29 overs. Lancashire, well, they'll just want to get as many runs as they can. They should get it, provided they keep the wickets intact and keep young Hurst going. Should easily get to 300, and there's probably even time to get 91 runs in 29 overs if they can keep the wickets intact. So,
well, Fernando's bowling a nice pace. It's just not coming through to the keeper.
Here he is again with the new ball, and Blatherwick has had a little bit of a slash at that one. It's run safely all the way down on a line of gully down to Lyndon James. Here comes the captain, Mullaney back, having left a Seba Mead in charge just for 1 over. Seba Mead the babysitter for 1 over there. 260 for 7. And Blatherwick will keep strike on 15. Matty Hurst has 45. And this morning we've had, 12 overs so far. 35 for 1 Lancashire in those 12 overs.
Yeah, so change of bowling. The Brian Statham end. Brett Hutton will replace Dane Patterson, because we saw the new ball just 1 over ago. And they've got their strike bowlers back on in the attack. And Hutton will be challenging Blatherwick, who's held the strike now for 2 overs. In comes Hutton, bowls a challenging length. Blatherwick steps forward and defends.
Yeah, I've not had a look, which I'll do now, if Jamie Porter got any wickets. Porter none for 27 down at Chelmsford in Hampshire's first innings. So Brett Hutton went into this game on 54 wickets and Jamie Porter 53.
Hutton in, and big appeal for LB. Umpire not interested. Looked like it could have been high as we watch it again on the replay. Hutton bowls a nice length and area, and it was a great shout.
Maybe doing a little bit too much.
I think it could have been going over. Also, they didn't look convinced behind the stumps. That often gives it away as well. But squared him up early doors. Hutton comes in, similar delivery. Blatherwick squirts that to square leg. Goes for the front foot defensive, but doesn't quite get his full back path on that.
Got well, a good several hundred people in the ground last cricket at Old Trafford in this calendar year, 2023. It'll be closed for business when the umpires take the bails off for the last time later on today at some point.
Hutton in and punched to mid-wicket for 1 run. Hurst creeping his total up to his, closer to his half-century, 46 off 108 deliveries.
There'll be some spectators, supporters, members saying ta-ta to each other. See you in April, mate. Yeah, winter well. See you, pal. There'll be plenty of that later on today, you'd imagine.
Hutton in, defended confidently by Blatherwick. Certainly hitting his area and his business area straight up here is Hutton. 5 out of 5 on the money. One decent LB shout.
Yeah, knows his game now, vastly experienced, of course. Keeps the batter nice and honest. Every ball on the mark.
Hutton in, and Blatherwick opens the face, tries to run that down to third. No run. That's the end of Hutton's 15th over, first of the day. His figures are 1 for 40, and Lancashire are 262 for 7.
Clouds building up away to our left once again. Let's just hope they leave us alone. We've lost too much cricket in this match already. Just nice to settle on through to lunch and beyond.
Have we got any nice scenes of blue sky anywhere? We don't like that angle.
Yes, but not in Manchester.
To the right, behind the new Emirates hotel suite, looks a better view of cloud coverage.
Well, that's grey as well, isn't it?
Light grey though, Dave, light grey.
It's Fernando. Comes in, start of a new over to Matty Hurst. Moves on to 47 with a single there. He's not seen much of the strike over the last 3 or 4 overs, has he? And first opportunity he gets to face the bowling, he takes a single first ball, 263 for 7.
We're building a nice partnership here, really. Blatherwick looks very comfortable, and Hurst just toying with the fielders, taking one every ball.
Yeah, they've had a 29 so far. Will Williams and Jack Morley still to come. 263 for 7. There's a C to Fernando. Bowls to Blatherwick, and he defends. Strange to think that we're 3, 6, 9. This is the 10th session technically of this game, and Williams and Morley haven't been on the field yet.
Yeah, it's been a strange 4 days, hasn't it? I think you got off reasonably early on day 1 and 2. Cricket matches called off at 2 o'clock is almost unheard of, isn't it? But no, there was a lot of rain about, but we're playing today, and Lancs are currently on top on the bonus points. They've got their 1 for 250.
Fernando bowls, ooh, and a play and a miss from Jack Blatherwick there. And then as an afterthought, he thrust his back leg back behind the crease. Sort of second nature, isn't it? Once you've missed it, to ground your back foot, but there was no chance of Tom was stumping him or attempting a run out from that far back.
Yeah, he seems really skiddy today, does Fernando. He comes in from probably 5'11", 5'10", and to give some context, Tom Moores, who stood back, is always taking the ball down by his ankles. It's not coming through, and it really is a case of getting forward.
Again, absolutely, as Phoebe described, another one down by his right ankle. Saw it last week at Canterbury, where a lot was dying in front of Moores and in front of the slips. But I guess the counter argument to that is, if you get a little closer, you perhaps lose a split second in reaction time. And certainly Joe Clark was in the right position earlier this morning to take that nick from the bat of Tom Bailey. And the slips certainly take their guide from the keeper. Fernando in again, bowls, and again with the open face, Blatherwick helps it down to Lyndon James for a single. And where are we? That's the 5th ball of the over. He's not quite kept the strike here. He's given Matty Hurst another opportunity to reach his half-century. Hurst on 47. Top scorer in the innings, Stephen Croft, 45 before this Hurst innings. So very good effort on debut for the new Red Rose debutant. Not had a chance to shine with the gloves in this match, but he's dipping his bread in with the bat. Turns this away. Could be 2. We saw him run very quickly earlier on, and he is going to come back for 2 to go to 49. Means that Blatherwick will have strike. Might be thinking, oh, I should have taken 1 there, then I'd been still on strike. But what would you rather have, 48 on strike or 49 at the non-striker's end? It's 266 for 7.
49 at the non-striker's end. Any day of the week, Dave. Adding the runs on the total for the team. Don't know how long going to be out there. They've just put on Lancs TV the rain radar, which isn't the prettiest thing I've ever seen. Not overwhelmed at what's to come, but we're currently playing, and Notts want the 3 wickets, Lancs want the 34 runs. I think if I was the coach of Lancashire, I'd be asking them to get a move on to get to that 300. Button in. Blatherwick slaps that to cover, no run scored.
They say the sun shines on the good people. You must have been very naughty up here, all you lot. Been wretched, hasn't it, this week?
I think Manchester does get an unfair rap though, because
oh yeah,
when it rains, it just lives into its stereotype. So anyway, Hutton in, driven lovely down the ground by Blatherwick, and a brilliant stop by Patterson, who throws it into the ground.
Well, is it Patterson or is it Calvin Harrison again? It might be Patterson wearing Harrison's shirt. Certainly wearing number 31. Yeah, good spot. It is. It is Pato. We made a right Horlicks of it. We've got 2 Calvin Harrisons out there. Seems like Dane's forgotten his fleecy tops and his borrowed Calvins.
Still got his floppy hat on though.
Just to go back to the start of that actual delivery, I'm very surprised that Blatherwick didn't bat away or back away, because Otten was almost bowling to him, and he hadn't even grounded his back until I looked up.
Hutton in and defended by Matty Hurst on 49 on debut. Scott had the honour of having a chat with him last night to talk about his debut. We said, Scott, what happens if he turns up today? You'll have to go again for the next chat.
Yes, old Scott chatting to young Matty.
I think he was honoured. Living his dream right now is Matt Hurst, as Hutton in and driven through the covers. Brilliant shot there by Matty Hurst. It races away to the boundary, and he gets his first debut 50, half century. Well batted, Matty Hurst.
Delighted
Raises
for the young
his
man.
bat.
Yeah, absolutely delighted for him. I don't know if there's family and friends, but certainly his supporters giving him a great ovation. You just wouldn't deny him that moment, would you? He celebrated like it meant something, and clearly it did. 112 balls, 5 fours. Shot of the morning as well, Phoebe, that lovely drive.
Absolutely brilliant shot to bring up his half century. Well deserved, great knock. Just a classic punch through the covers for 4. In comes Hutton. Hurst defends, no run scored.
Yes, as he gets a little older, he'll find out there's a little bit of a tradition amongst, or a superstition amongst batters, that they don't like to be interviewed, not only by Scott, but by anybody when they're not out overnight. They all prefer, whilst their innings is unbeaten, to not be the player to be interviewed, and it is quite a bit of a rarity for somebody who's not out. But clearly, on your debut, if you scored a few runs, you're going to make the most of the opportunity. Would you like to speak to the press? So young Matty was more than happy. Don't know what the delay is here, Phoebe, but there's no cricket going on whilst everybody looks towards the Notts dressing room.
Hutton in, and Hurst works that through mid-wicket for a single. Very well played there. And that brings up the over. Lancashire 272 for 7. I think we're moments away from the heavens opening as it gets darker and darker here at Emirates Old Trafford. It's like they don't want us to do a full 30-minute shift on the comms, never mind the game.
Yes, how many D's in Armageddon? Here it comes. Crikey, that's filthy, isn't it? We've got all these cameras around the ground. I'm sure one can just pick up on this filthy black cloud over Emirates Old Trafford now. For those watching on the live stream, you perhaps don't want to see it. Actually, in truth, it's
See, now I just try and have a bit of fun as a bowler and think, right, death plans, Yorker, Yorker, Yorker.
Well, look how dark it is out there as well.
Let's try and take these poles.
It's a cloud that's come with its own name, Venom. Next delivery on its way now, and it's defended. Should mention, just in case we don't get any more cricket, that now on the BBC Sport website, the cricket page, you can vote. You can have your say on the County Championship 11 of the year. That's a usual thing they do. I'm not sure we're going to get any more cricket here, Phoebe. 272 for 7, but all the details on the BBC Sport website, on the cricket page. You can go on there and have your little vote for your favourites and draw up your County Championship 11 of the year. Umpires Blackwell and Hassan Adnan are getting together, and this might be the last rites for this game, Phoebe. 272 for 7.
Yeah, when I came in this morning, Scott Reed was working hard on his County Championship 11 through the app, working out who he wanted in it. And without the rain falling, but I think we might have heard some. We heard some thunder, or is that the covers?
So. Yeah, the bails are off. I think it might be the hover cover starting as well. I'm just going to bring Scott in to join in.
Right. So unfortunately, as the heavens start to open, even the umpires are running off the pitch. It is absolutely throwing it down.
Run!
The heavens have genuinely opened. The wickets are looking darker and darker. This is outrageous. We knew it was coming, but my gosh.
That was a mad dash then, wasn't it? Leg it as quick as you can. Oh dear.
Camera
Wrap
crew.
up the cameras. Oh dear.
It's come too quickly. We haven't prepared. Well, is that the last we see of play today at Emirates Old Trafford?
Well, it does look a bit bleak at the minute, doesn't it? Yeah, it's absolutely tipping it down. You could see it coming, couldn't you? Too? When you and Dave were on together, we could see pictures of the cloud rolling up over the top of the media centre and behind the party stand, and you could see it on its way.
Well, how wonderful that Matty Hurst was able to bring up his half-century.
And what a shot to do it, Phoebe.
In wonderful style. Just a classy punch through the covers for 4 runs. We watched that again. Gorgeous, beautiful shot. Time to perfection. So he's able to raise the bat on his debut. Half-century for Matty Hurst. He'll be chuffed with that. In for his wicket keeping, but wicket keeper batter. He might not even get a chance to take the gloves today.
No, that might. Well, we don't. It might be it. I mean, it's difficult to tell, isn't it? I mean, the radar images that we're seeing, there's like little pockets of breaks in this rain. It's not like a solid block of rain that's going to sit over the whole of the northwest or the Manchester for the next few hours. It appears as though there's little patches, but I mean not many patches, clear patches.
We need to see this rain radar, see what it looks like over the next hour. We've got a view of it raining. It is raining, we can confirm.
Yeah, it depends, I suppose, how much of that's going to be coming in our direction. We shall see as the day progresses. Well, I'm pretty certain that we'll probably take lunch now. I mean, we're half an hour from the scheduled start of lunch, but with the cover on and the sheets being dragged out by the ground staff, I don't think we'll get much more in this morning session. But as you say, a lovely way to for Matty Hurst to get to his 50. He's battered really well, hasn't he?
He has, yeah. He's held the innings together for Lancashire. He's had a great partnership here with Blatherwick, and came in alongside Croft, which was a lovely moment to see such experience and a new debutant batting together at Emirates Old Trafford. But a wonderful knock. He's led the team to the first bonus batting point, and I think both Notts and Lancs will be hopefully looking for glimmers of half an hour to try and for Nottingham to get 3 more wickets, and for Lancashire to rack up to 300, 350, and trying just to build the battle of the bonus points.
Which is what this game has become. Yeah, the battle of the bonus points. I'm just going to round up where we're up to for BBC Radio Manchester listeners in a minute or two, and then we might have a little scout around some of the other games and see what's going on elsewhere at the top of Division 1 and at the bottom of Division 1 as well. The ground staff are dragging out the sheets to cover the square. It was a really heavy burst of rain, but it has actually eased a little bit, which is going back to what we said a few moments ago, that it's potentially going to be maybe just the odd band of rain coming in and kind of short, relatively short, sharp burst. But ground staff are, at least for the minute, are dragging out the covers, and no imminent restart time or anything like that. And as Dave mentioned, how much of the afternoon session we'll get in remains to be seen. We'll just summarise things for Radio Manchester, who are going to join us in a moment or two. Yeah, Matty Hurst making his first 50 for Lancashire, unbeaten on 54 on his championship debut, and Jack Blatherwick on 18. But we're off for rain, unfortunately, with Lancashire 272 for 7 in their first innings. So let's have a little look around, shall we? Some of the other games taking place in the county championship, starting with the match involving Essex and Hampshire. The intriguing thing with this, Phoebe, because I'm sure you've spotted this as well, that there's 1 or 2 reports suggesting this might be Sir Alistair Cook's final game.
Yeah, they actually posted a tweet, did Essex, to say that they're still in discussions about Alistair Cook's future, and please can we almost stop talking about it. That was the general gist of the tweet. So it was almost making more headlines than they wanted to, but
yeah. Well,
it feels like he can keep going for as long as he physically wants to. Exceptional player. He's had another good season with the bat, hasn't he? Doing more and more on the commentary side of things. He was heavily involved in the Ashes series, I think, with the BBC.
Yep.
So yeah, it's be a brilliant career regardless, isn't it?
Well, if he has batted for the final time, then he's made 16 in his second innings. The score there is 66 for 2, and they trail by 178 runs. Into their second innings are Essex, who are still in with an outside chance of trying to win the title. From the top of the division to the bottom of the division, Middlesex are taking on Warwickshire. Middlesex are into their second innings, and they are 151 for 3. Just watching replays for those viewers on Lancs TV of a dropped chance for the Bears as they try and pick up a 4th wicket. So, Robson 72 and Higgins on 17, so 151 for 3. Middlesex, so they trail by 43 runs in their game against Warwickshire, and it's between Middlesex and Kent, this battle to try and stay in the division. And Somerset against Kent this week, watching the Somerset captain Tom Abel bowling to Joe Denley.
It's beautiful down there.
It does, doesn't it? Looks lovely in Taunton.
It's Taunton. You want to watch some cricket?
Why is the sun shining in Taunton, not in Manchester? So 84 for 4, Kent. That's into their first innings, replying to Somerset's declaration of 404 for 4. So they still trail by 320 runs, Kent. Make sure that they don't do something silly like lose the game on the final day. There's still a lot of work to do with the bat. So that's Kent and Middlesex. The other game in Division 1 is the current leaders, Surrey. They're up against Northamptonshire, and they're following on Surrey. It's not happened too many times, has it? Bowled out for 185 in their first innings. Asked to bat again by Northamptonshire. And Burns and Sibley are batting for Surrey. Playing a miss there by Sibley. He's unbeaten on 4 and Burns on 4. Surrey are 8 without loss, trailed by 164 runs. So they're the Division 1 games. The 3 matches in Division 2. Derbyshire 197 for 4. And they lead Sussex by 93 runs in the match in Derby. Sussex did have an outside chance of trying to catch Worcestershire, who are second in that second division table, but looks unlikely. They've had a points deduction as well. So that's Derbyshire against Sussex. 2 other matches in Division 2. We're heading to Leicestershire against Yorkshire next, with Yorkshire batting into their second innings, 182 for 4. And they lead Leicestershire, who've had a very good season, winners of course of the Metrobank One Day Cup. They lead Leicestershire by 105 runs at 183 for 4. And finally, the game between first and second in Division 2. Durham are the champions of Division 2, and Worcestershire look like they might join them in Division 1 next season, but they've still got a bit of work to do. Worcestershire, well, Durham are 103 for 2 in their first innings, and that's in reply to Worcestershire's 313 for 9, so trail by 210 runs. So you are up to date with the games across the Division 1 and Division 2 of the County Championship. The scene here in Manchester is the covers are on. The umpires are out chatting to Matt and his team. I still don't think that we've got any kind of word about it being an early lunch or anything like that. We're 20 minutes away from the scheduled lunch break, so no indication yet that we'll take any kind of early lunch. Actually, it doesn't look as threatening now, Phoebe, does it? You look at the sky. You were asking for some blue skies before, and we can see a few blue skies now.
I can't believe the ground staff don't have better waterproofs. So we're looking at the umpires chatting to the ground staff, looking at the rain radar. He's got a gilet and a hoodie.
You're not impressed with that?
Oh, it's absolutely hammered it down. You want to be in full Gore-Tex gear, surely. But all ground staff are the same. They wear shorts, hoodies.
To say, I'm surprised you've not got any shorts on.
They must have so many colds. They must have to deal with that a lot. Something I might need to feed back to them when I'm next playing and say, how do you guys do it? How do you survive?
Must be tough cookies. Well, unless they're looking at a potential place to eat tonight on their or booking a restaurant, I suspect they're looking at their the rain app and looking at when maybe the next band of rain is likely to come.
Wondering whether they might be discussing whether to take lunch now or whether they can get 30 minutes of play in. I would have thought, with it being now 12:10, lunch due at past. It takes about, they can get the covers off in 5-10 minutes, can't they? They're very quick here at Lancs.
Yeah. It doesn't look like there's any particular urgency to try and do that. I think we're probably heading nearer to the early lunch, aren't we, than trying to get back out there for a little short time before then going off again. I think that probably would seem the likely option at this stage.
So is it this weekend, Scott, that you've got the big commentary? Is it Burnley Man United you're doing?
Oh, it's about the time of the season now, isn't it? Where it's football and it's cricket commentary, yeah. 8 o'clock at night. Who plays at 8 p.m. on a Saturday night? What's the point in that?
It's not good for the social life, is it?
Dreadful, yeah.
But at least you know it's only going to be an hour and a half.
Yeah, but it'll be like 11 o'clock by the time it's all finished.
Straight out into Manchester.
At my age.
So is that at...
That's at Burnley, that.
That's at Burnley.
Yeah.
That's a big game then, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, exciting. So you've got that, and then you head down to Kent on Sunday? Monday.
Yeah,
Tuesday to Friday.
Yeah, Tuesday start. There's a heat wave next week, apparently.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Well, it's at the end of the week, I think. So I was told this morning. So I think the forecast is okay for next week. So we should get a decent...
The last game of the county championship, isn't it? Tuesday to Friday, and then we lead in to end of season dinners. So we've got our PCA dinners on Monday evening next week, and that the PCA is almost like an affiliation with the Professional Cricket Association, and they act independently to the cricketers. So if you've got any challenges with the ECB or with your club, you go to the PCA. So that's invite across total men's and women's game, black tie formal dinner in London, which should be good fun. And then Tuesday we've got the Lancs end of season dinner. And then that's party season.
Party season.
Nearly over. Wedding on the Sunday, and then I'm going on my holidays after that.
But you're not playing abroad this winter, are you?
I'm not, no.
Because you were in New Zealand last year, weren't you?
I was, yeah, playing in the Super Smash for the Northern Districts, but I'm just going to be in the indoor school this winter.
Okay.
Focus on a bit of training, technical work, and then hopefully... Last year we went on pre-season tour with Lancashire to Dubai and Mumbai, and it potentially might be a similar trip this winter. And we had, I mean, it feels like all we ever speak about is the rain, but if you remember at the start of the season, there was a horrific amount of rain as well. So we came back from pre-season tour and had maybe a 2.5 week period before our first game. It rained the whole time. We only managed to get one friendly in. So I think the idea for next season is just bringing pre-season tour a little bit later so that you've got that guaranteed transition from outdoor surfaces straight onto the competition itself. So that's one of the big adjustments, particularly for seam bowlers, is that indoor surface to outdoor surface. And there's nothing worse for your body, for your back, for your shins, going indoor, outdoor, indoor, outdoor.
Yeah.
So often you'll find it's important that you keep workloads up as a bowler, but you'll often find in these conditions some seamers will be quite reluctant to go indoor and bowl, and it's on more of a must and needs basis, and they might come off 70% of the run, that kind of thing. So that's probably what Lancs are looking into to try and avoid next year.
Very good, very good. And how are you assessing your... We've got a few minutes before we get to lunch here. How are you assessing the end to your season, you know, you personally and Thunder in general?
I think Thunder as a club, we've come a long way in terms of how we've developed as a squad, and the fact that we made finals weekend for T20 just shows how much we're competing this year. And then for the Rachel Hayhoe Flint, so the 50 over competition, I don't think where we sit in the table really reflects how we played as a team. We finished second bottom, but in our penultimate game, if we'd have beaten the Southern Vipers, we were in contention for finals weekend. We would have gone to third in the table. And I think it's moments like that and the team being in positions like that and holding the nerve and winning games against the Vipers. I think we were 33 for 5 at one stage, chasing 230 on a reasonable wicket, where you learn through experience. The Vipers have been in that situation year after year. They've won a lot of trophies and they hold that pressure a lot better. So I think we've competed significantly better as a team this year, and it's about those pressure moments. But I think the fact that we've been exposed to them this year and played in finals weekends and been in must-win games, although we haven't lifted a trophy, we haven't won that must-win game, we're being exposed to it, and think they're the situations that hopefully next year we can grow again. So yeah, I'd say a good year for the Thunder, and I think we're really competing for trophies next year.
Good to hear. And for you personally, nice to be in the team at the end, taking a few wickets and stuff.
Yeah, nice to be making the playing 11. It was great taking the new ball for Thunder. Obviously went on loan halfway through the season to Western Storm, which was just to get cricket in. And they were a lovely bunch, got on well with their coaching staff and players. And rain-affected games, I only managed to get 2 games of cricket in, but it was nice to be down in the southwest. But nothing beats playing for the Thunder, and it was good to get in 4 games at the end of the season and take the new ball. And I think it's given me the hunger for next season as well, which is the most important thing. Might not have had that if I was
yeah, exactly. Yeah.
still carrying drinks at the end of the year. So yeah, exactly how my season probably wanted to finish, and it's not how well you start, it's how well you finish, Scott.
You got to have good memories, haven't you? End well.
End well, that's what they say.
Always end well. Right, the news here from Emirates Old Trafford is that we're not going to have any further play. Lunch will still be at the normal time of 12:30. So we're going to take lunch at 12:30, but with it being almost 20 past and still with work to be done to get the outfield ready, there's no prospect of getting any extra play in between now and lunch. So that will be lunch at 12:30, no play between now and then hopefully at 10 past 1 we'll be back with you for some cricket in the afternoon session. Listeners on the BBC Sport website and app, we'll be back with you, say about, hopefully, all being well, about 10 past 1. Viewers on Lancs TV, at least for the next few minutes before the lunch break, we're going to play you a few. Now, I'm told these are highlights. These are highlights of Lancs TV and the Badger and Coombs team that put all the pictures together. So anything's possible, but this, in a little summary, has been the 2023 season from kind of behind the scenes.
Oh, this is unbelievable. Oh, I tell you, whoever is on the buttons tonight, you deserve a little Brucey bonus.
The Baywatch Tower.
I can see.
I don't know I don't know who's operating the camera there. That could be Liv that's operating the camera over there, perhaps. But in the Baywatch Tower on the party stand.
Oh yes, that's she.
There we go. All by herself.
Morning.
All with it. She's with her mates.
No, I think everybody's a bit short after the Test match.
What's he doing there?
There's somebody sat there, mate. Somebody's been sitting there.
To the media tent, please, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you, Terry. I could get quite used to this. Nice, steady, gentle pace as well.
Is Frankie under there? For those watching on Lancs TV, hello. For those watching on Lancs TV, that was seeing a picture of the camera, which is covered up by a blue tarpaulin, and it's like a tent.
Woo! She's made the telly. On Lancs TV, there's fans in the crowd smiling and waving.
Andrew Evans listening with his cat. Looks at this. It's a picture of his cat and greetings from Alabama.
4.
Who did Lancashire play in the first ever one-day cricket match in 1963?
Blimey, you were still playing then, weren't you?
We're not sure. We think it's Lancashire. Not Lancashire, Yorkshire, but who knows? Probably.
We've got Northampshire. We've got Northampshire.
Okay, amazing. Fraser, over to you to
There we
find out
go.
the answer.
Thanks, Naya. Yes, the answer is actually Leicestershire.
I do like this new feature. What is this? Oblivious Cam.
Oblivious Cam, yeah.
People who are not watching the game get there on TV.
That's one of the members of the crew. From Old Baghdad.
Well, he enjoys that.
Andy?
He's enjoying that, I think.
Well done, Andy. He likes it. He likes a bit of Harry. He's happy with that one. See, that's the thing. Are you always going to be happy with your looky-likey?
Look at that. How many's there?
1, 2, 3. That's an outstanding effort. He must be great at a bar. George Bobbleson. Maybe he can come back with like 4 or 5 pints in one go, can't he? That's nudged away beyond Heldrick, down towards the boundary. Well, there's runs here for Croft, 4 of them. And there's George Franks, one of the finest photographers inside the ground fields.
Of course, I don't think spare balls are going to be quite as plentiful here as they were in the Test match that finished so wonderfully yesterday.
This could be like watching the Open golfers, couldn't it? Yeah. Desperately searching in the rough for a ball. Director of Cricket's having a look. Have a look under there. Let's have a look there. Oh no, it's not there. No, there's a few cables there. That's about it. Katie's having a look as well as Mark Chilton. How about it? Oh, there we go. We found it.
No, that's got to be the whole team.
Yeah, it's outstanding. That.
You know, that would wind me up.
I think, maybe one for Liam Dawson here.
Dawson's talking to him.
Yeah, you got me one, mate. Go on, Dane, just talk us through that.
Well, beautiful catch there by George Bell, another wicket keeper, having 3 wicket keepers behind the stumps, which is good to see. Good catch. But I just think where we bowl, boys has pitched it up, and every time we have pitched it up, we look dangerous. So very good, and hopefully it continues.
Cheers, Dane. We'll leave you for that team huddle. We'll catch up with you again in a bit.
Cheers, thanks.
Big shot out towards the leg side. It's going to go all the way for 6, is that? That may have banged somewhere on the Lancs TV van, I think, by the looks of it. There's Colin, who apparently is in charge. Most of it happening because of generator issues, but yeah, it's been a terrific effort by Lancashire with the bat today. They're coming today. They're a mile behind in the match.
Oh, look at this!
Very much.
Oh, what a star!
Oh.
And there was Scott saying, "I can't believe that the Lancashire dressing room are ordering more, and they've come this way. Thank you very much."
Who we got to thank for this?
Thank you, guys.
If you give players the right level of help, you can help players who might have been fringe players become quality players.
Do you see the influence of the way that England have played in the last 6 months drilling down into the county game?
We can't just have a squad of players for Lancashire and expect them to all play for Lancashire all year. I was fairly argumentative as a youngster. I thought...
What do you mean as a youngster?
Did think, not that I didn't believe in coaching. I was always prepared to listen to people I respected.
Where did the spark come from, and why did you think you wanted to become a coach?
The concept of being a pro didn't really dawn on me until I was offered a contract. Not frustrated, but I was determined that we could go better than 4th place.
Does that rankle with you, that you never got more of an opportunity to play for England? If somebody had to say what defines Glen Chapel, that last game probably would be it. Hello and welcome along to another edition of Beyond the Boundary. I'm delighted to say that my guest today is somebody who's been synonymous with Lancashire cricket since the early 90s. His connection has been unbreached since 1992. He is one of the county's best ever quick bowlers, taking 985 first-class wickets, captained the side to the county championship victory in 2011, and is now the head coach. It's a very warm welcome to Glen Chapel. Glenn, I just get the feeling that with all your enthusiasm and having got to know you pretty well over the last 5 years or so, that you'd still be playing if you could.
Well, I was lucky enough to be able to play for a long time. The body didn't let me down. And I still have a bowl in the nets now and again. I don't think I'm up to standing out in the field and diving around, but yeah, I still enjoy the skill stuff.
But 24 years as a player is a phenomenal span, especially as an opening bowler. What fortified you through all that? Through obviously your early part of your career, it's all said and done, but through the latter part.
Yeah, well, I think in 24 years you change a lot in that time, and your outlook changes. From starting off being surprised that you're a professional cricketer and wondering what you're doing, to going through thinking halfway through I thought I've had a decent career now, but it's going to take a big effort to carry on. And as I played for longer, I seemed to get more and more resolved to carry on and sort of do something that I could be proud of at the end of it.
Jimmy Anderson, no less, said a couple of years ago, he said, "I've never played with anybody who works harder at his game." That's a fantastic testament to your time in the game and the attitude that you put into it.
Yeah, again, I think I realised as I moved through my career that you had to put the right kind of work in. I'm not sure about working harder, but I did work as hard as I deemed necessary. But it became, you know, the work that you do is important. So if it's 10 minutes, it's 10 minutes. But if it's an hour, it's an hour. You need to prepare to play the next game you're going to play and to be able to get through a full season. And there's a lot of things around the edges of being a bowler that you need to pay attention to if you want to stay on the park. And that's just not the normal stuff. It's all the modern stuff that we do to prevent injury, to make certain areas of your body stronger.
Where did all this come from then? Because for a Lancastrian, which you're not because you were born in Skipton, and somebody who's grown up on the border of Lancashire and Yorkshire at Earby, what was your early influence in all this? Were your parents very instrumental in instilling in you a work ethic?
Yeah, well, work ethic. I think so, certainly. Certainly grounded people, but you know, they were both involved in the cricket club down at Earby. Dad was a pro in the leagues, played for many years for Earby, Nelson, Darwin. And we were a family who just spent time at the club, really. I had a lot of friends there, so we were always there playing cricket, whether it be tennis ball, in the nets at night with the men. And in those days you would progress quite early, so I was playing at 6 in the under-12s, I was playing at 11 in the third team. And there were no restrictions on anything, so it was just a life spent playing cricket, basically.
Did you play at school?
No, only a couple of games. I think no, my school was more football. Played 2 games, I think, at school. Won one against another team who didn't play, and then we played against Queggs in Blackburn and got beat by about 200 runs.
So you're very much a product of family, club, and the Lancashire age group setup?
Yeah, absolutely. My school were very helpful. They were always keen to let me go to every representative fixture and training thing going. The representative stuff, because I lived on the border of Lancashire and Yorkshire, I went to school in Lancashire, which made me qualified for Lancashire schools. But the first instance I remember was our club having winter nets at Burnley, and there was a coach called Jim Kenyon.
Oh yeah.
Who was connected down here. So he brought me down, and that was my first connection to the club.
Jim Kenyon was one of the stalwarts of the coaching setup in Lancashire in the 80s and way before that as well. And he must have brought quite a few young cricketers into Lancashire's books, I would say.
Yeah, there's a lot of players of certainly my era, older and younger, who have good things to say about Jim. So I remember him coaching me in a similar way to what my dad would do, you know, challenging you, can you do this? You know, what about the in-swinger? I want to see 3 out-swingers, all that stuff. So that's good coaching. You know, back in the day when coaching wasn't really a learned thing, it was just experienced cricketers helping lads along the way.
Well, it wasn't an occupation then, was it,
No.
coaching? I mean, I think coaching has only really come into its own as a profession, if you like, probably during your time in the game. Would you agree?
Yeah, absolutely. When I started, we basically had a manager, didn't we? We'd call him coach or manager. And again, he would help us become better at cricket. But a lot of the learnings were from your teammates as well in those days.
Okay, so you teammates, who were the biggest influences early in your career, apart from your dad, obviously?
Well, all the fellas I played with at the club. I mean, that was an enjoyable and tough school. You know, a lot of what you call sledging and grown-up stuff in the leagues, people falling out with each other. But that, you know, that sort of made you appreciate what playing cricket against adults is like. And then as you move through, I was lucky enough to play above age in age group cricket. So you look at, I played with people like John Crawley, 2 years older, Ronnie Irani, people like that. So you're constantly learning from people who are more advanced, if you like, with more experience. And then coming into Lancashire's team, that was pretty daunting in a way, because certainly early on in my career, I think we had everybody else in the first team had played for England. So we had a whole host of quality cricketers from overseas, as well as, you know, homegrown players, others, Neil Fairbrother. When I started, I think Neil Fairbrother was captain. Then we had Mike Watkinson, others, Graham
Gallian, Crawley.
Gallian, Crawley, De Freitas, Wasim Akram, obviously a key influence, Peter Martin, Warren Haig. I mean, the list goes on and on.
So how influential were your peers then? Because you didn't play, I hesitate to say this, but like any player who goes on and has a really substantial career, you didn't play many second team games. No,
a handful.
So you're learning on the job, basically.
Yeah, you are. I'd played second team from 16, briefly at 16, then more at 17. Joined the staff on a summer contract in '92, and I think the team was struggling with illness and injury and
old age.
And old age.
Me.
You were still around,
yes,
telling us what to do at Crosby one day.
I remember, yeah. God.
But I'd done well in the second team, and I was whisked off down to Hove to make my debut down there.
And when you came into the first team, it was predominantly as a bowler.
Yeah.
And obviously you were raw, but you would have had some thoughts and ideas about what your main strengths were. What were they?
I think my bowling was quite developed from a young age. I think at 13, 14, I had the skills and the accuracy required, probably better than most at that age. So I was always confident of those areas of my game. The bit I remember, and it's probably completely different to lads nowadays, is that I didn't have any contact with professional cricket as a youngster, because we lived quite a long way from Old Trafford. There was no thought to come and watch a game here. I think my first game that I watched, I was probably 16. Maybe watched a couple at Headingley when I was 9 or 10. But the concept of being a pro didn't really dawn on me until I was offered a contract. So that was the thing. Different to now, we've got the academy, we've got lads coming through who believe they've a chance to play professional cricket. Didn't really dawn on me till maybe when I went on the under-19s tour with England, and then getting the contract. So it was all pretty quick, and it's like, oh my word,
There's already an element and a theme of being self-taught and self-reliant in your development. Would you say that has carried through now into your coaching mantra, if you like, your philosophy on coaching?
Well, I keep trying to learn and become more aware of certain things. Certainly as a young player, not that I didn't believe in coaching, we didn't know what it was to that degree. I was always prepared to listen to people I respected, rightly or wrongly. People I thought knew what they were talking about. But at the same time, I was fairly argumentative as a youngster. I thought
What do you mean as a youngster?
I did think I knew best quite a lot of the time. That's something I try my best not to let enter into my coaching theory. And as a coach now, I think where I'm at is that try and constantly make it about the player and the team rather than about yourself. Obviously we still make mistakes, but I think that's the key. The players know a lot more than you think sometimes. So try and get the knowledge they have out into the open.
Yeah, it's an interesting progression really for you as a bowler, coming from where you came from, not having an awful lot of what you would call formal coaching, that you decided that that's where you would go once you were coming towards the end of your playing career. What actually prompted that? Where did the spark come from, and why did you think you wanted to become a coach?
Oh, I think as I got older as a player, probably around 28, at the kind of age, I began to see what good people running teams could do and what they could do for a team. And it's not always about technical coaching. There is a big element of that at certain parts of the year. But it's how a team performs as a unit, and there's a whole load of things that go into that. And I think one thing that teams do now, probably in some ways better than we used to because they've more resources, is they perform day in, day out with energy, and that comes down to all sorts of different things. You know, I think the players I played with early on, given the facilities and the training today, would be superb players. You know, absolutely. But I think if you give players the right level of help, you can help players who might have been fringe players become quality players. So more players come through into the system. The best are still going to be the best, but there are ways you can help, and sometimes that might just be to help them think about their game. And there's a load of other things that impact on players negatively nowadays. Distractions, more distractions than ever. You know, we spoke about the game constantly because there wasn't the elements of professionalism that there are now. So we were in the bar talking about the game, learning from each other, inadvertently, if you like.
You're the last of a whole long line, I think, of players who used to do that, spend time after the game talking about cricket. And you were very much an individual, a player who led by example. Bowling fast, opening the bowling plenty of overs a day, it's tough work. It really is hard work. You have to go through all sorts of strifes and stresses to be able to perform. So you led by example as a bowler and then as a captain. How does that transfer into coaching now? Because it's much harder to do that.
You can't do it. You can lead by example in the way that you do your job as well as you possibly can, and I think that's the overriding concept, that as a captain and as a bowler, you wanted to be seen as someone who could do the hard yards. However tough it got, you always wanted to set that example, and you had to enjoy it. You know, at the end of the day, I enjoyed that. The only way that I can think right now that transfers into coaching is do your job as well as you can, and that, you know, that's not me bowling 20 overs in the nets to show them I can do that. It's do the right things as a coach.
Do you get frustrated as a coach? Whether it be about tactics, players, attitude, what is the thing that does frustrate you, or do you put those frustrations to one side and concentrate on the good things, if you like?
Well, it's not a perfect world, so you can't walk around saying I don't get frustrated about anything. Players have massive challenges nowadays. The county clubs have huge challenges. The schedule of world cricket has changed massively over the last few years. They're challenges we've got to overcome. We've got to understand what our job is, because we can't just have a squad of players for Lancashire and expect them to all play for Lancashire all year. We're going to be pulled around a bit by different players' schedules, be that international cricket, franchise cricket, tour games during the season, all sorts of things. So we've got to plan accordingly and try and be as strong as we can, day in, day out, all year long. In terms of players' attitude, I try not to get frustrated, because what we do is a lot of work to make sure we've got good people, good lads here, and we have, absolutely. So there's not much frustration there. If there is, you pick it up and you try and get better. But over the course of time, especially when a team's being pulled around, you need people who come into the environment and out of it and come back with energy and enthusiasm, respect for their teammates, and want to do well for the club. And if you've got those, then things tend to run a bit better.
Let's come to back to that in a minute. I just want to wind the clock back a little. It's over 10 years now since Lancashire won the county championship. You were captain at the time. There were all sorts of constraints placed upon you then. You didn't have Old Trafford as a base because it was being transformed. The square was being turned round. You'd already been playing the best part of 20 years. And that win, that county championship win, just came out of the blue to those that weren't really associated with Lancashire. How did you formulate that season's plan? Was it down to you? There must have been elements from outside as well. But that was a phenomenal effort to win the county championship then.
So Peter Moores came to the club in 2009. I think we'd finished 4th in both of those years leading up to 2011. But at that moment, the team had theoretically weakened a little bit. We lost some senior players, Stuart Law, people like that. And I think there was an area of naivety. I mean, I was a senior player, but I wasn't a coach yet. But
you had much captaincy experience?
Yes, I'd done the previous 2 years.
Yeah, okay.
So I was into the role then, and I was not frustrated, but I was determined that we could go better than 4th place. And I think there was an attitude around, we just said, right, we're going to win the championship this year. And that's not always the best thing to say, because that can create early issues. If you start losing games, you can go from thinking you're going to do that to being nowhere. But we had a group of young players who were hungry, and I think we just decided to let's challenge ourselves, because there's nothing lost with that. We just said we're going to win the championship. That's our aim, simple as that, and that's what we said. We needed a good start to do that, but fortunately that's what we got.
The final game of the year was down at Taunton, obviously. You were suffering from all the strains and stresses that bowlers suffer from as they go through a season. You'd got a slightly, I don't know whether it was pulled or torn, or it certainly wasn't torn, ripped, but it wasn't clever, your hamstring. And you just powered on through. I think that sums you up, to be perfectly honest. If somebody had to say what defines Glen Chapel, that last game probably would be it. Would that be fair?
I hope so. I still can't work that game out in terms of my personal injury. I've torn a lot of muscles in my time, and I know what a torn muscle feels like. And I think into about the 4th over on day 1, I tore a hamstring to the point where I couldn't walk. So I'm thinking, all right, so I had to go off, get some ice on it, get some strapping on it. And for the rest of the next 2 sessions, it was just behaving like a properly torn hamstring. So I thought I was done. I think back end of the day, might be remembering this wrong, but back end of the day, we had a point where, there was nothing to lose. So I went back out there, and you can always bowl a little bit, hobble around, but it wasn't much better. I had some incredibly tight strapping on it by Sam, the physio. But as I went on, it sort of eased a bit. It was still tugging, but it eased a bit. But bizarrely, by the end of the game, it was probably 70% right. And
talk about bowling through injuries.
Well,
we talk about that a lot as bowlers.
Who knows? Because I never got it scanned. Maybe it was me inventing something. Maybe there was nothing there. Maybe it was a weird cramp. Didn't feel
Tension.
like that.
Could have been something like that.
No, I mean, who knows? But yeah. I can't say that. Yeah, I can play with a torn hamstring, because that's obviously not true. But for whatever reason, fortunately, it got better and allowed me to play a part in the game.
You've been, would you say that's the pinnacle of your career, winning the county championship in 2011?
In terms of a long-term achievement, because it's just look at the history around Old Trafford. It's hard to win a championship here for whatever reason. We haven't managed it. Maybe that's a load of different reasons in different years. But to do it with a young team, 16 games I think it was in those days, it takes a collective effort for a long period of time. So I think, in terms of effort-wise and focus, because it's an achievement over 6 months, it's not just a final.
You've been fortunate enough to play with a number of top-class, maybe the best in the world, cricketers in your time at Lancashire. 2 would be Wasim Akram and Murali. There are others as well. Who would you say was not necessarily most influential, but the best you've played alongside?
Well, those 2 are obviously right up there. I mean, watching Waz bowl was just, it made fielding enjoyable. when we didn't enjoy fielding so much. But you know, I'd stand at fine leg watching Warren flying around behind the stumps, and the batters, you know, basically
Clueless.
either petrified or amazed at what's coming down.
Did he teach you much?
Yeah.
Did you ever get to master reverse swing, which he was the well, I suppose he was one of the pioneers of.
Yeah, I think I was decent at it. I wouldn't say master it because he mastered it, so I didn't do what he did. But I learnt from him, and you know, early on, yeah, it was going against the way it should go as a reverse swing. But learning what length to bowl with it is quite important sometimes on different surfaces. And he was very influential. He used to be standing at mid-off and say, you know, he used to say, drop your shoulder, hit back of a length, because people used to think you put it up there when it's reversing. Well, he said if you hit back of a length, it tends to look like it does more. Obviously, there's a reverse swinging Yorker that demolishes the stumps, but you don't always have the pace for that, or the batter might be up to that. But, you know, a few subtle tactical things he was great with. The other players, well, there's a load of them. I bowled at Stuart Law for a few years. And then
when he was playing for Essex.
So he played for Essex. And in the crazy days when we had a Sunday League game in the middle of a championship game, I'm pretty sure he got 100 first innings, 100 on Sunday and 100 second innings. So we were pretty pleased when he came and signed for us. And
yeah, he was a phenomenal batter.
What did he average for Lancs? 60 odd, 70?
Yeah.
So class-wise, in the brilliant Aussie team of that era, in my mind, he was as good.
Only played one test.
One test, 50 odd, not out.
Does that rankle with you that you never got more of an opportunity to play for England?
I always say no, and I can see the reasons why I didn't at certain times. I also think they made a mistake quite a few times, if I'm honest, because I look at the people who've played, and I've no problems with the good players who played a lot of tests. That's absolutely fine. And if I'm honest, I'm quite clear that I wanted to play. If I want to look back on an England career, it wants to be 50 tests. So 2 or 3 wouldn't bother me. That doesn't bother me at all. So way over it now. Not a problem. It's just cricket at the end of the day.
Exactly. Nothing you can do about it now. And suffice to say that you can take great joy from the career you've had at Lancashire, which isn't over yet, quite clearly. Let's just move it forward now, because your playing days are obviously gone, even though you'd quite like to carry on. They've gone, but you've been head coach for a number of years now, and you must still enjoy that challenge. What is it that really sustains you and keeps you going as a head coach?
I think the big thing is I want to see a team go out there and play together and be strong together and win. Obviously, I want to help put together a team full of quality. But it's that idea of building a team to win something, and to know that you've earned it over a period of time. So then every season's quite demanding, but by the time you've had 4 or 5 weeks off, you start to be constantly thinking about what you need to do January, February, March to get ready for the new season. But I think with the club I've been at for so long, I just want to help us bring some success back, because we've now been through a period where if you put our collective results together, I think we'd be the most successful team in the country. We just haven't won. But we need to keep putting ourselves in those positions, playing good cricket all year to give ourselves that chance. But just keep believing that when we keep getting there, we'll be successful. But the overriding thing is to get a squad together who enjoy playing together, and we'll go out there and give 100%.
How does the head coach role differ from being, say, just a bowling coach?
Less time with individual players, and that's the big challenge, is to make sure you spend enough time with the individuals who want that time. You can still coach, and we do, so currently we don't have a specialist full-time batting coach, but as experienced coaches, I think we're all feel that we can help in those areas. And obviously last season our batters had an incredible year. but less time spent with individuals, because you're always thinking about what the whole needs.
Yeah. During your time in the game, 30 years, I think we've already touched on this. Coaching has become, it's developed away from the periphery, and I think it probably was on the periphery when you started, to becoming a mainstream function now, where teams they don't just have one coach, they'll have specialist coaches for bowling, batting, spin bowling, fielding, wicket keeping, etc., etc. And the skills within those different coaching elements have become greater and greater. Let's just take bowling, for instance, fast bowling. When you played, started playing, variety and variation wasn't really on the agenda. It was about consistency of performance. Now we're looking at variety in all forms of the game becoming predominant, aren't we? We're looking at bowling, wobble seam. I mean, wobble seam's become a standard ball. I don't know, it used to be, I've missed the seam this time. But, reverse swing has come through all sorts of different adaptations have come into the game in your time. So you are constantly adapting from the old school type of player and coach into very much a modern phenomenon. Has that been difficult?
It's enjoyable, to be honest. So as a player I grew up, as a bowler I grew up certainly with in-swing and out-swing and holding length. They're the key principles to fast bowling in England. And you'd have bowlers who weren't swing bowlers, they were called seam bowlers, and that might be because they bowled a wobble seam or a very straight seam, but that's a skill in itself. As soon as you tilt the seam in swinging conditions, it will swing. But there's a whole raft of different things now. So, for instance, the skill of a bowler in white ball cricket at the highest level, they have to bowl everything. They have to be able to bowl the old-fashioned Yorker, but they have to be better at it than they used to because the ball's harder now and the batters have practiced hitting the full half volley or the low full toss. You have to cramp for room, you can't give any width. When the batter moves, you have to know whether to follow or to go wide. When you go wide, you have to be able to hold length if that's what the ground dimensions or the pitch need. Slow ball, if you bowl a wide slow ball, you need to be able to bowl, the best will be able to bowl a full one, a length ball, a slow ball. And people watching on TV from the old school will be saying, he's just bowling a load of rubbish. He's all over the place. Slow ball bouncers, all these things. But that's in coaching, it's in players' minds now. So when they're prepared to play against good players, powerful players who can hit it 15 rows back, when you're running into bowl with the right field, which who knows what that is unless you've planned properly, and even then the good players can deal with that sometimes. But you're not just thinking, I'm going to take him one side. What's his body shape when he's trying to hit the ball? Will a length ball be better than a short ball? Will a full ball deceive him more? It's unending, never ending. And that's really exciting as a coach, learning these new tactics as you go along.
It's a classic topic and it's very relevant at the current time because essentially what we're talking about here is one-day white ball cricket and variation and being able to adapt. But you and I well know that over the last 6 months, with the way England are starting to play red ball cricket under the influence of McCullum and Stokes and Key, that those sort of elements are coming into red ball cricket, nowhere better served than that test in Rawalpindi that England have won on the flattest pitch you would ever wish to see. So my point being, the game continues to evolve and all for the better in my view. So let's just concentrate on red ball cricket for a minute. Do you see the influence of the way that England have played in the last 6 months drilling down into the county game?
Without question. Already has. I think it's been documented that Brendan doesn't like the term Bazball, so he's not suggesting there's any element to that. But the principles they're playing by is their willingness to lose in order to win. Shake off the fear of losing Red Bull games, which is inherent in all of us, because a draw was always seen as valuable. When you play in a relegation system, a draw will always be valuable. But how can we get ourselves to think win above all else? And if we lose, fine. So I think that mantra, that idea, is going to influence everybody in the game. Even more importantly, it makes Red Bull cricket enjoyable, because they're watching, and hopefully the supporters are thinking, yeah, we can take a loss because they're playing such enjoyable cricket, and they will win more than they lose because they're a good team. So without doubt, it's already inspired players. It's made coaches think about the best way forward for their team. You still have to do the best thing for your team. You can't copy someone else's methods. But I think the idea that winning is more important than potentially losing is something we can all learn from.
Are players, batters in particular, going to come to you, do you think, over time and say, red ball cricket, Glenn, I want to play the way that England are playing? It's my way to success, it's my way to better myself?
Two things spring to mind there is continuity of selection gives a player a chance to do that. So England are showing openly that they're backing players. That also gives players less chance to get in the team. But if you're going to ask players to take risks, they have to be sported. We want to win games of cricket, so how can we find ways to create space in a game to give yourself a chance to bowl a team out if the pitch is hard work? That's what England did in Rawalpindi. They scored at such a ridiculous rate, they had the time, and eventually they won out. So they're the sort of things that you need to think about. English conditions changed drastically, so in the summer England were playing aggressive cricket on pitches that were doing a little bit, and they were sailing even closer to the wind there because, you know, a couple of pieces of bad luck early on and all of a sudden you've lost wickets, but they were saying, no, we're going to keep going.
Quite a relevant point, this. Can you see, and would you advocate Lancashire playing their red ball cricket in that way?
Well, if you look at the run rates from last season, we scored at quite a bit quicker than we had done previously. And we have players who are erring towards that style of cricket. Luke Wells, for instance, his early career was a traditional opening batter. His strike rate is now one of those along with the England players. He's going out there and trying to boss the game from ball one, taking it on. Keaton had an amazing season. His strike rate as he gets in is going through the roof. So he's taking his game to another level. The captain, Dane, has always been an aggressive player, but even more so this year. So, absolutely, but we're going to play how Lancashire want to play. And we're going to decide that. But absolutely, we're looking to win games of cricket, so we'll be trying.
Okay, we're coming towards the final part of this, beyond the boundary. Are you happy with where Lancashire cricket are at the moment, and how do you foresee the short-term future, medium-term future of Lancashire cricket?
Well, if you look at the squad that we have, without any players being away, then we've got a terrific set of players at Lancs, all through the age ranges. We've just taken on 3 new players, one early on in the season, 2 new players, Josh Boyd and Tom Aspinwall, Matty Hurst. And then I'm doing a little bit of work with the academy, and you see what's coming up. So we'll always have potential pros in our pathway. So absolutely, in terms of resources, player-wise, we're in a good position. And you look at the results over the last couple of seasons: second in the Championship twice, 2 more seconds in one-day trophies. We're right up there in terms of challenging for everything, whilst we've got young players coming through. So it puts a bit of pressure on because there's expectation there, but that's where we want to be, and we want to keep getting better. But we've got the players coming through to do that.
There's no miracle switch that you can click to get to number 1, but that's obviously your ultimate aim, to win trophies.
Yeah, I think one thing you can look at and say, right, unless the weather takes you out of it, to win a championship, if you're the best team, you've got a very good chance. So if you play the best cricket over the course of a season, you've got a very good chance. At the end of the day, in one-day competitions, you've got to win the last one. And you can't always control that, because when it comes down to 1 or 2 runs, you've got to just say, OK, we'll still look at the minute detail and we'll do what we could have done better. But at the end of the day, you've got to win on the day.
Glenn, many thanks for talking to us, and many future successes for you and for Lancashire. Welcome along to this edition of Beyond the Boundary. With me today is one of Lancashire's finest, Neil Harvey Fairbrother, who was a diminutive left-hand middle-order batsman for Lancashire and England through the 80s and 90s, played over 20 years cricket here at Emirates Old Trafford, and was fundamental to Lancashire's one-day successes in those years. Well, Neil, nice to see you. Good of you to come back to the old place. I said Neil Harvey Fairbrother. With those names and those Christian names that you were given by your mother, it was destiny that you would become a cricketer, surely.
Well, I don't know about that. Unbelievable that I ended up a left-hander as well, that's for sure. But I think I did all right, because our 2 favourite cricketers were Neil Harvey and Herbert Sutcliffe. So I think I did all right with my name in the end.
I've been called a Herbert a few times. But I mean, your mother and your father were obviously hugely instrumental in your development, not only as a cricketer, but as a person as well. I mean, what's your earliest memory of sporting interest in the family home?
Well, my dad played club cricket. And as I was growing up, he played at Earlstown, which is Newton-le-Willows. So I can remember as a 6, 7-year-old lad going down there on a Saturday and a Sunday, and my dad's teammates would throw me balls on the outfield and things like that. Mum did the tees, and that was how our summer weekends were. And that I guess is my first cricket memories. And then because we lived in the village of Grappenhall, so Grappenhall Cricket Club was clearly nearer than Earlstown, and Grappenhall weren't taking youngsters at that time till they were 11 years old, and I think I was sort of 9 or 10, and Dad managed to sort of squeeze me in, and that's the junior section at Grappenhall.
You weren't just a good schoolboy cricketer, you were a pretty good schoolboy rugby player as well. You played for Cheshire schools in both sports. Which was your favourite growing up?
It was 50-50. You know, I loved rugby, like I obviously still love cricket. And the day that I signed here, Jack Bond offered me a 2-year contract, and he said one of the things is that rugby will have to stop. And actually, it was a sad moment and a sad day. And I played rugby at Lim Rugby Club, and enjoyed myself immensely up there. I still have good friends from all that time ago through the rugby connections, and you know, I used to go and watch. And
I think it was a good job it stopped. I remember coming to watch you once, and it must have been probably in '82. So you might have just played. You might have been the winter of '82. Yeah. Anyway, I got there 5 minutes after the start to see you being helped off the field, and that was the end of that.
Well, it happened a few times on the cricket pitch as well, didn't it?
Oh gosh, did it ever? I remember that. One of your best innings ever, in my opinion, was at Chesterfield.
Yeah.
When you got hit under the chin. Was it Michael Holding?
No, it was Ian Bishop.
Oh, Ian Bishop. Crikey, yeah.
I remember
he was fast.
He was, well, before his back went, he was rapid, wasn't he?
He was.
He was absolutely rapid. And that was a quick wicket that day.
Chesterfield, Queen's Park, was one of the best pitches in the country, wasn't it, at the time? And I remember you got hit under the chin, and you had I think you probably had some stitches in the end. And I remember saying, well, what's the matter with you? Get out there now.
In fact, I think I can remember that as well.
Yeah.
And
purely.
So I batted with Foxy.
Yeah.
We were 10 or 20 for 2, and I batted with Foxy for 2 or 3 hours, and I remember we were both flailing it round everywhere with our eyes shut most of the time, I think.
Yes, it was pretty fearsome. Anyway, back to your early years. So rugby had to stop. Yeah. You made your debut here in '82, but prior to that, you'd played for Cheshire Schools and club cricket at Grattan Hall.
Yeah.
Where was the leap between that and getting into Lancashire's?
So I played at Grattan Hall, which was Cheshire. Went to Lymm Grammar School, which was Cheshire, although the school didn't play much cricket at all. But that enabled me to play for Cheshire Schools. So that was 13, 15 and 19 back in those days. And I remember doing well as a 16-year-old playing in the under-19s. Did well against Lancashire under-19s. And I don't know if that was a bit of a catalyst for somebody at the club here to say, oh, there's a lad who plays for Cheshire that might be worth looking at.
It's interesting because there's always been a path. I mean, I was a Cheshire lad, played Cheshire Schools, and came here and played. I played in the nets at Easter and had a club and ground game or two. But that you were a contemporary of John Morris, weren't you? Didn't you play together for Cheshire Schools?
Yeah. So
and he didn't come here, did he?
No, but he was from. I guess he was from Crewe.
Crewe. Yeah.
Yeah, he was from the Crewe area. So we played all the way through together for Cheshire, and he clearly ended up at Derbyshire. So you know, it was, if you were minor county-ish, it was pot luck, wasn't it, to a degree. There was obviously a little bond between Cheshire and Lancs at the time, which I believe has got stronger as the years have gone on, thankfully. And now there's a bit of a pathway, hopefully, for lads from our area.
When did you become aware of your talent, and did you have the will and the belief that you could make it as a professional sportsman, either as a rugby player or as a cricketer? I
think it's something. I mean, I loved rugby. I loved playing football. I loved cricket. So it was just a hobby, and it was great fun to start with. It was around. We'd done the under-13s and the under-15s, and then I started playing for Cheshire under-19s early, and I immediately did well. So I think then you're 2 years young and you're doing well at under-19s, and all of a sudden you're thinking, oh, I might be all right at this. And then got invited down here, like you, played 2 or 3 club and ground games, and then played a second team game, and thought that I needed a new bat to play in the second team. So we went into Stockton Heath, which was a village next to Grattan Hall, and there was a sports shop called Buller's Sports. And Mum and Dad took me in there, and I bought a Gray Nichols bat for the second team game, and it was about £3 too heavy.
No.
So coming to Old Trafford, it was here, we played Glamorgan seconds, and I couldn't lift the bat up. The ball was hitting the pitch and was quicker than anything I'd ever seen, so I had no chance.
And the combination of the two, heavy bat and a quick pitch, no good.
Not good.
Not good.
Not good.
Oh dear. So that was a lesson very quickly and early learned. You used Gray Nichols in your early days, didn't you?
Yeah, very early.
Then you moved on. But,
yeah.
Interesting. What weight of bat did you use then?
So all the way through my career, it never moved from £2.8. So that was start to finish.
Yeah.
Clearly, through my period, there were people that used lighter and there were people that used heavier. Now, I think the generalisation is that the lads use £2.10, £2.11 bats, but they pick up so well now. The bats are so big and they pick up so well that you pick a bat up and you think it's 2.7. And there's actually that much wood in it that it's heavier.
Here's a speculative question. Do you think you'd have been a different type of player with a modern bat? Because you were very much a batsman who structured his innings around moving the ball around, placing it in gaps, etc., etc. Would you have been tempted to play differently?
Well, you never know, do you? You never know. I do think that when we played, if I didn't hit the ball in the middle, then there was no chance of it going over the boundary. These lads at the moment, they're fitter, bigger, stronger, and they have bigger bats. So if they get half of it, it's still clearing the ropes, isn't it? You know, I never had that feeling. If I didn't middle it, it wasn't going anywhere. That is for sure.
Probably made you the player you were then, actually, because you know, you had to be meticulous in the way that you chose your stroke.
Yeah, I mean, I think I look back at the way I played, and I think early on I tried to hit big balls a lot of the time, and it, you know, hit my fair share of sixes on this ground, not like the boys today, obviously. And then I think realised that there was another way to play the game, in one-day cricket especially, and that was to hit gaps and run. And run hard, and that is how my game developed. And then I had a period where I mixed both very well, the hitting and the manoeuvring of a cricket ball, and then latterly I think probably went too far the other way towards the end of my career, where it was just nudging it around into gaps, whereas the game perhaps was going the other way, and that's when boundaries were needed.
Were you aware when you were playing, and you played 85 one-day internationals for England, were you aware that you were developing a style of play that was pioneering? I think you were the first, whether you were called it at the time, but certainly in retrospect, you were the first finisher in the international game.
I don't think at the time you realised that. The one thing that I enjoyed was the run chase. I enjoyed the run chase. I enjoyed being in at the end, and I enjoyed getting this team or the England team over the line if I could. And I got immense satisfaction out of that, and perhaps my game developed on the back of those feelings as well.
You were a great manipulator of the strike though, and also you were excellent at marshalling the lower middle order to chase down totals.
Well, it was great. The lower middle order here for many years was full of strikers of a cricket ball, which complemented often the way I was playing. And if I thought we needed a boundary or we needed the next over to go for a few, then we all had confidence in each other, and whatever the advice was, the lads were taking it. So, you know, for long periods of time, there was Wasim Akram here, Mike Watkinson here, Warren Hegg here, Phil DeFreitas. So all these lads, lower middle order, could all hit the ball into the stand. So when the time came, they were up for the challenge. And we complemented each other well. We knew each other inside out, and we trusted each other.
Let's just go back a bit. 82 you made your debut, but you didn't do anything in your first game. You were called out of nowhere, basically.
Yeah, I was actually playing for Grappenhall on the Saturday afternoon. I heard the phone go at about 9:15, and Mum came running upstairs into the bedroom and said, "Jack Bond's on the phone, and they want you to go in and play for the first team." And I'd only played 2 or 3 second team games, not scored a run. So I turned around to my mum and said, "Somebody's having a joke with you." And she said, "No, it's Jack Bond." So literally jumped in the car, came here, and you were all in the nets at the back. So I came up into the changing room, was hurriedly getting changed, and it must have been 10:30 because you all came back in. And all of a sudden, I was surrounded by my heroes, people that were playing for England, people that had made the history of this club during the 70s and early 80s, and I was absolutely dumbstruck. Knew nobody. Clive Lloyd was captain that day, and he came over to where I was changing, introduced himself. he talked in this big, deep voice, didn't he?
Yeah, he did.
And I didn't understand
And he
the word he
mumbled a
was
bit
saying.
as well.
I didn't know what he was saying. And he sat me down in the cinema seats that were in the changing room, and he put his arm round me, and I felt obviously ever so small when he was sat next to me. And the day just went from there, and we fielded all day. And on the way home, I had to stop the car, and I was physically sick on the way home. I think from the nerves of the day and everything that had gone on that day. And then Monday afternoon, when it rained, and then Monday afternoon we chased Kent's total, and I didn't bat, and David Lloyd got 150. And obviously Bumble at the time was at the end of his career,
yeah.
And he opened the bat and got 150. I remember it being a wonderful knock. There were 2 knocks early that stood out to me. One was that day, and then the first year on the staff, we went down to Horsham, and again, it was only my 3rd or 4th game, and Frank Hayes was at the end of his career as well, and he got a huge 100 at Horsham.
140 odd, I think it was.
Yeah, against Imran, Garth LaRue.
Yeah.
And that innings also stood out, and those 2 were almost something for me to aim at. And Frank didn't play much after that either.
No, he didn't. It's interesting you say that, because that innings of Frank Hayes came after your debut innings, which
Yes.
didn't occur until 1983. And you made 94 not out against Warwickshire.
I did.
John Abrams was captain.
He was.
And there was, well, tell us about the scenario there, because 94 not out was a hell of a total.
So obviously that was my first knock. My first 4 in first class cricket was a bouncer off a spinner. So the last over before lunch, Norman Gifford, remember Giff?
Yes.
And he had a penchant for bowling the odd bouncer. So he must have thought, well, let this young lad have it.
Yeah.
And he bowled me a bouncer, and I managed to get it away for 4. That was my first 4 in first class cricket. But later on that day, I think there was an agreement that we would come out at 250.
Bob Willis was captain of Warwickshire.
He was. And I ended up batting with Jack Simmons, and I was 94 not out, and I think we needed 4 to get to 250. And Jack said, we'll stay on now. It won't matter. We'll stay on till you get 100. And he hit a 6. And that was 250. And I looked round, and Bob Willis was just walking off. You know, he was the opposing captain. He was just walking off. And looked around again and could see John was in the doorway of our changing room. And nothing happened, and everybody just walked off. So I'm 94 not out, and I'm walking off thinking, well, that's a great, I've had a good day here, 94 not out. Got into the changing room, and I remember you and Graham Fowler shouting as I went in, and then Jack came in behind me, and Jack threw his bat across the changing room.
I've never seen Jack as mad.
And Jack threw his, and he said something along the lines, if that's the way you want to play your cricket, you can all go and do one.
Yeah.
And clearly people were having a go at John, saying, why didn't you keep him out there?
It was a strange scenario, because I remember that clearly, and Bob just walked off, didn't he?
Absolutely.
Because Bob, I came to know Bob very, very well, obviously, over the last 20 years or so. And that's exactly the sort of thing he'd do, you know. But there was a bit of mischief in him.
Yeah.
I think as he got older, he probably realised it wasn't the nicest thing to do.
No. Well,
but it affected you less than you probably didn't realise what was going on.
No, I remember that night, we were staying up Hagley Road somewhere, and we went in a Chinese, and there were about 6 of us round one of those big tables, and I can remember that. And I was just pleased that I got double figures.
You have got the best memory for games and occasions, instances, call it what you will, that I have ever come across in a cricketer. You and I played together for the best part of 10 years, and I have very little memory of these games. And you just come out and can, not only can you say who was bowling, you would remember hitting your first 4, but I think inconsequential things. Where's all that come from?
I don't know, but I can't remember yesterday now. But I can still remember, you know, some of those things. And we got our own back on Bob Willis, didn't we? When we won the '84 Bensons. And
oh yes, we did. And you were out there at the end of that, weren't you? That was a fantastic day. It was our only success, wasn't it, for a period of time?
Yeah, you'd just become a dad, hadn't you?
I had the night before. Yeah. Ben was born on the Friday night. Yeah. And Bondi, bless his cotton socks, you all went down on a bus, I think, and he waited behind for me and brought me down in the car. Yeah. I didn't get to Lord's till 1 o'clock.
Yeah, it was late
in the morning.
Yeah. Yeah, it was late.
Yeah, no, that was a euphoric day. But we had some bad times in the 80s, didn't we? Really.
Yeah. We weren't very good, were we?
No, we weren't. We kept losing games hand over fist.
You know, 80, 85.
85 was a bad year. Yeah. 86 was a bad year, apart from getting to the final at Lord's. Just before we go on with that, you've already mentioned Clive. Let's just talk a bit about overseas players at Lancashire. Clive was obviously an adopted Lancashire and played for the county for 16, 17 years, maybe a bit longer.
Did he play that long?
Yeah, right. 68 to the mid-80s. Missed a couple of years when he was captain with the West Indies, of course, or playing with the West Indies. But we've been fortunate enough to have two of the very, very best in Clive and Wasim Akram. How much influence did those two guys have on you and the way you played the game?
Clive was, you know, he was left-handed. He was one of my heroes. So to share a changing room with him for 2 or 3 years was fantastic. Clearly, we didn't play like each other because he hit the ball
thunderously
hard.
Yeah.
But it was just, for a young lad to be in the changing room with the West Indies captain, you know, a heroic figure, was fantastic. I mean, that game, the final at Lord's in '86, he got a duck, if you remember.
First ball.
And he walked on and he walked off, and as he walked off, I was walking in. I remember having tears in my eyes as he was coming off, because, you know, it'd been built up into his final, hadn't it? It was his last games for us. And he got a massive ovation as he walked on. I think the only person in the ground that wasn't clapping him on was Imran Khan that day. And then I followed him in. So, you know, he was a massive idol. But
your demeanour was distinctly different, wasn't it? You were nervous as a kitten before you went into bat, and Clive would regularly be asleep on the floor in the dressing room.
Absolutely. But with Waz, I mean, Waz joined us 88, and, you know, he was a young lad. So we actually, in many respects, he played here to 98?
10 years, yeah.
So in many respects, we almost grew up playing cricket here together. And, you know, it was amazing watching him develop. He came over and he showed the group of bowlers straight away reverse swing, and that clearly helped. It helped us, I would say, immeasurably from an older pro down to the young lads like Ian Austin at the time, who all of a sudden began to understand what reverse swing was, and I think it set us apart from other teams for a little while.
Well, Wasim became fundamental in Lancashire's makeup, quite obviously. He was one of the finest cricketers that's ever walked. But you were fortunate, I think, in being able to play in two separate eras of Lancashire cricket. You played in that team that developed from '87 onwards, and we won a number of one-day trophies through 89, 90. We started in '88 with the Refuge Cup, didn't we? 88, 89, 90, 91, and then there was another incarnation of Lancashire which developed around the mid-90s.
Yeah, I mean, 86, I remember we didn't win a championship game till August because we weren't very good. And I remember Steve O'Shaughnessy grabbing a stump at Leicester and running off like we'd won the NatWest because we'd won a championship game. So that's where our standing was. Then in 87, David Hughes took over as captain, and then Alan Ormrod began to
manager stroke coach, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Well, that's interesting. I mean, I was playing as well, but I've still to this day wonder what the difference was and what happened in 87 to make us. We were challenging for the championship. We came second. What was the difference there? What happened?
If you look at the stats, I would imagine that a third of the way through the season we were the same as 86, and then by hook or by crook we won a couple of games. Lads started getting a few runs and a few wickets, and then we got on a roll, and we won. I think we won the last 8 championship games to end up second, and I think Yozza and Alan started putting a bit of discipline into the changing room and a bit of structure on and off the field into the changing room, and then those lads that had played well in 87 carried on, didn't they?
Yeah, they did.
And then
from a personal level, did you start feeling comfortable in 87? Did you ever feel comfortable as a batsman? We know you're nervous. We know you spent time sitting in the back room in the loo and all that sort of stuff. That's just the way you were. But as soon as you walk down the steps, all gone.
Yeah, it was. I don't know why.
I never understood it. To be honest.
No. But, as soon as I crossed the white line,
yeah,
all the nerves and the worry went.
So did you start feeling comfortable there, or were you always uncomfortable during the build-up to a match or an innings?
Yeah,
or
I mean, nervous disposition, whatever you want to call it, and that never went away. From the first day to the last here, that never went away. But you get more experienced as time goes on, and you learn to look after yourself, and you know your emotions, and you work from there, don't you?
I suppose so. Were the nerves worse, or was it just always the same, whether you were playing for England in a World Cup or whatever?
No, it was no different. Whether it was Grapnall under 21s or the World Cup final in '92, it was just the same. And when I walked on the field, it was just the same the other way. So
you've got a phenomenal record in terms of performance and longevity, really. You played in 3 World Cups. That World Cup final in '92, you were playing against one of your best mates in the game in Wazim, and you very nearly got England over the line.
I mean, it was a...
Would that be one of the greatest and worst days of your cricketing?
Without doubt. Without doubt. At that point we played here for 5 years together, and we'd become great friends, as you say. And that day we actually before knock-ups was lunch, and we actually sat opposite each other at lunch, and then we did our training, we went out, had a net, etc., etc. And then he threw me a few balls, into the net, and then the game started. Obviously, he came in and got 50 when they were struggling, got them up to a good score. We were doing all right, and then he came back onto bowl, and we talked about him, and I had to obviously talk about him and what do we do if it starts swinging, and all I could say was make sure you play with a full face. If you're trying to run anything down and it's swinging, it's
playing with half a bat at your peril.
Yeah. So it was full face, and Alan Lamb and I had got a partnership going. He came back on and he bowled 2 Jaffers in 2 balls, bowled around the wicket away swinger to Lammy, knocked his off pole over, and then he bowled a massive in swinger to Chris Lewis and bowled him. So his hat-trick ball was the first ball of the next over, and I was on strike. And he used to have different ways of presenting the ball. And he got to here, and I knew he was going to bowl me an in-swinger on the hat-trick ball. But it was that quick, and it swung that far that it basically hit me on the pad. It was just going down leg stump, and it hit me before I was ready to play it. And I looked up, and he was there, and we just smiled at each other. And that was his hat-trick ball in the World Cup final.
I mean, he was that performance alone sets him apart from most other cricketers. But he was phenomenal. You say he had different ways of presenting the ball. He had a bit of a bunch of flowers, didn't he? When he, and sort of reversed his wrist. Yeah. But it all happened so quickly that you couldn't. I fielded it slip all the time, really. But everything happened so quickly. It was just on. The ball was on you. You'd been batting for an hour, and you said the ball. Hit me. Why was that?
I don't know. I mean, that day when he ran in, you knew that people were in trouble. There were days when he'd not jogging, but he wouldn't be at full speed. But he had such a quick arm and shoulder action that he got it down and through rapidly. But that particular day, you watched footage of him running in during that little spell, and he was charging in. And I can we played on some hard, fast wickets, didn't we?
We did.
And I can remember you and Warren standing miles away when he was bowling.
Oh yeah, we were a good pitch length back, probably more.
More, I would say.
Yeah, 25 yards back.
Yeah, which was great. But,
I was hoping that Warren would dive in front of me.
He did a few times.
He did.
So to play with him and to play with Clive was great for all of us. It was fantastic. But you say Clive became an adopted Lancastrian. Well, so did Waz.
He did,
without a shadow of a doubt.
Yeah.
And every time he comes back here, it's a joy to see him. And he's so well loved.
I think we've been very fortunate in Lancashire that we've had Clive Farouk as well alongside Clive, who still lives down the road. Wazim, every one of the long-serving and some of the shorter-serving overseas players has always seemed to regard this as home.
Yeah. I mean, back early in my time, Stephen Jeffries.
Oh yeah, Jeff.
Jeff he was a great man, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was.
And he only had a couple of years with us, didn't he?
He wasn't dissimilar to Waz when he got it right, was he? Left arm, swung it.
Yeah, he wasn't quite as wasn't quite as sharp, was he?
No.
And then I guess the other standout during my period, he wasn't here that long, was Murley.
Oh, true. Yeah.
And did Murley play 2 or 3 years? And he was another great man. Absolute cricket badger. Came to play for Lancashire and knew what all the county players were, how they played. Incredible the knowledge he had and what he was reading up on just county players. And his first 2 games, his first game for us was at Southport, and I think it was against Warwickshire. He got 16 wickets in the game and we lost. And then we had 2 days off, and the second game he got 14 wickets and we lost. So he got 30 wickets in 2 championship games, and the rest of us had done rock all.
It's interesting you say this. Lancashire was hugely successful from '88 till you finished 2002. Certainly in white ball or one-day cricket, as it was then. Why didn't we win the championship?
I don't know.
Because I mean, the size.
It wasn't for the lack of trying.
No.
It actually wasn't for the lack of trying. And we got close. I think we were runners up 3 or 4 times, and never quite got over the line.
Well, yeah. I mean, you and I have probably puzzled over this for years. Not much point puzzling over it. We didn't get there.
No, it didn't happen.
We got close, and that was it. You also hold a record, couple of records actually. You've scored more runs on Old Trafford than any other cricketer. Do you know
that? I do know that.
Not first class, but because you've played so many one-day games.
No, I do know that. And it's a nice little
Is it ever?
It's a nice
phenomenal.
little thing, yeah. But we played on some good wickets. We had,
Well,
we had the best groundsman in the world.
You were
in Peter Marin.
And you had a very good relationship and friendship with Pete, didn't you?
Yeah,
you,
absolutely.
You encouraged him, obviously, to make good flat batting pitches. I was looking at Glenn Chappell's record here, who played 20 years, obviously, and he was a fantastic bowler. And he averages 32 here.
Does he?
With the ball, which is high.
Yeah.
Everywhere else he's in the low 20s.
Yeah.
But they were phenomenal pitches, weren't they?
Yeah, but I mean, when Chappie started, what, 92?
Mm.
You know, that was in the midst of really good wickets. I mean, there were quick wickets, bouncy wickets, but there was no sideways movement.
No.
And once you got in, then it was great to play your shots. And I think that period was when we had those two different one-day teams, or different teams, not one-day teams. So we had the team from, let's say, 88 when we won that Refuge Cup to 91.
Yeah.
And then we had a transition period, and then we came again in 95, 96, 97, 98. And then at the end of 98, Fred came along and was part of that 98 team, and then it went from there. So there were two distinct good periods during my time. And there was an overlap of one or two people.
Let's just move on slightly. And you've been involved in the game for 40 years, and you've just mentioned Fred, Andrew Flintoff, who you managed as well and played alongside. Who are the finest cricketers in that time, both when you were playing and subsequently? Because you're fortunate enough to...
What, here? Or...
no, I think generally. But we'll start with here. Who would you say, if you had to pick one player, and I'm not talking about an overseas player for here, a homegrown Lancashire player, who's the most influential, best player in that 40 years?
I think I have to mention two or three, I think. I think Mike Atherton was a fantastic batsman. So was John Crawley. I thought John was an unbelievable player. So if there's two Lancastrian batsmen, I think they're the two that just stand out. Skill-wise, Glenn Chapple as a quick bowler, not just because you sat here, as somebody that got absolutely the most out of their ability, gave everything that they could every day for the club. So I think you two as bowlers stand out. For longevity, Mike Watkinson played for 20 years as an all-rounder, and then latterly bowled some spin as well. So, you know, those are five names, and then you can't not mention Warren Hegg as well, who kept wicket for probably, I don't know, 16, 17 years for the club, and was one of the great Lancastrians.
Never saw him drop a catch.
Ever?
No, I didn't. But he must have dropped the odd one, but I never saw him. And we still keep producing players. I mean, as we're both well aware, there is a huge amount of talent around the northwest of England, and that we still produce right up to the present day. We now have Liam Livingstone and Saqib Mahmood and Matthew Parkinson. George Balderson is another one off. I won't call it a production line, but they're all destined, hopefully, to be top quality Lancashire players.
It shows that the club is set up reasonably well, doesn't it? And you know, I love coming down here now and watching these lads play, and I love 2020 cricket as well.
You do. Yeah, I think you'd have been quite good at that, to be honest.
So I do love watching these lads play. 2020 cricket, just going back to that for a second, I remember there was an extraordinary AGM at Birmingham in, what year would that have been?
What, the the PCA?
Yeah, and there was a vote on 2020 cricket. And every county cricketer in the country was in the room, and it was unbelievably split on would 2020 cricket work.
Well, it was treated as a joke, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was early on.
It was just, nobody was really interested, thought it'll be a bit of a passing fad. And now look at it, look where we are.
Well, it's brought the game on in many respects.
Yeah. Talking about bringing the game on, where do you see the game going? I mean, red ball cricket in terms of test cricket seems to be becoming concentrated really between England, Australia, India, and that's about it. The other countries, New Zealand obviously world test champions, but they, you know, they're in the process of demolishing South Africa. But where do you see red ball and white ball cricket? Is white ball cricket preeminent now?
I would say white ball cricket has certainly drawn up level with test cricket. And, you know, we now have young pros who are being brought up on one-day cricket, really, aren't we? You know, back in our day, one-day cricket was very much underneath Championship cricket. Now it's certainly, I would say, drawn alongside, and if the governors of the game are not careful, it's going to take over completely.
You say that, and yet I remember our successes in one-day cricket and that instant hit of adrenaline and joy when you seem to outweigh the success and feelings that you had for red ball cricket.
Yeah, I mean, because we won, I think.
Yeah,
we won, and you're right. You know, sat in the changing room after we'd won a close one-day game. It was fantastic, wasn't it? And we'd all be sharing a beer and whatever else. I think the satisfaction of getting I'm only talking from batsman's perspective, the satisfaction of getting 100 in Championship cricket was also immense. But so was the satisfaction of being in at the end to see your team home in a one-day game. And clearly, the grounds were full in those days for one-day cricket as well, weren't they? So, you know, we were playing to big crowds, which always gets the adrenaline going as well. And we certainly enjoyed our successes, didn't we?
We did. You've had a hugely successful career, both on and off the field. Do you have any regrets about your playing career? I would think you'd obviously want to have played more Test matches.
Yeah, you know, there's probably not many people that don't have the odd regret, is there?
No.
You know, there's not many. And clearly, I played, in my mind, only 10 Test matches, and would love to have done better, of course. But then you look at the whole thing and you think, when you were starting out, if you'd have played for 20 years and you'd have played 100 times for England, would you have been satisfied at the start? And of course the answer to that is yes. So I don't think there's much point regretting things. Much easier and happier to think back and look at the good things.
Neil, thanks very much for chatting to us, and wish you all the best in the coming years and your still long association with cricket.
Thank you.
Hi and welcome along to Emirates Old Trafford with me, Paul Allott, for another edition of Beyond the Boundary. This week I'm delighted to say that we have got the Managing Director of England Men's Cricket with us in the studio. It's a very warm welcome to Rob Key. Rob, great to see you. I didn't think I'd ever see you in this role, to be perfectly honest, having worked with you in various locations around the country, commentating for Sky. But here you are, and I must say that now we're into July, you've had a very interesting and successful start to your career as or your new career, what was it that finally made you take the role?
I did. Well, you didn't think I'd do this. If you'd have asked me this at Christmas time, I'd have thought, what are you talking about? There's no chance I'd be on the other side of the fence being an administrator. I mean, I loved doing the job I had for Sky. I never thought in a million years. The only reason I thought I wouldn't be doing that is if I'd got sacked, to be honest, or I'd done something, or whatever had happened. So it was sort of after the Ashes, and you know what it's like, we used to do it all the time, and you're always sitting around because we love cricket. And we'd be in the back of the commentary box and be trying to work out, you know, oh, what would you do? You do this, or why don't we do this, or why don't they do that? And then it was sort of Strauss, he'd asked me if I would be interested in the role, and I sort of thought, yeah, I suppose so, but never really thought that anything would come of it. But the thing that I suppose was the defining factor in it all was that now I feel like you've got some skin in the game. Now I feel, when you're on TV, you're coming up with a lot of ideas, but really, you might never know if they work or not. And you're never really sort of under pressure in that regard to see if your views have any meaning or if they're right. And what I felt is that on this side of the fence, you're going to be tested, it's going to be a challenge, but also you've got a chance to do some good for English cricket. And I suppose that was the overriding factor, really. It was just to see if I could do any good in the game, if I could actually help out on that side of it.
Was there a deep breath moment or a gulp when you actually realised, I am actually doing this job now, so now I've got to really perform and I've got to put those thoughts that I have into action, into practice?
I think when I was on the train that first day, because, you know, working in TV again, there's a lot of time you're very, very busy. There's a lot of time when you're off as well. And then all of a sudden I thought, hang up, I'm going to be sort of flat out now. And I was on the train from Canterbury or Ashford to London on that first day, just after Easter, and I'd sort of said to Tom Harrison, yeah, I'll do it. I'll start on Tuesday. That was the Thursday I said I'd do it. So 4 or 5 days later, I'm like, oh my God, I'm doing this now. And then you sort of go into Lords and you get in, right, this is how it all works. And there was no one really in because either they're hybrid working or people are on leave for Easter. And I remember thinking, do you know what? I've no idea what this job actually is. But the greatest thing, I suppose, is the position that England are in, where Ashley Giles, Chris Silverwood, Graham Thorpe were no longer there. There was no national selector. So it was very clear, actually. It didn't really matter. All the administrative side of stuff I didn't have to worry about at that point, because I had to find coaches, find a captain, and then still we're looking for a selector, but I'll get round to that. So there was a very sort of clear focus on what I had to do. So it wasn't too bad.
No, and the best point, I suppose, or perhaps the worst point, depends how you look at it, was that you were starting, as you've said, with a clean slate, but you were starting with England at a very low position in red ball cricket, because they'd had a horrendous winter, as you've said, lost the higher ranking individuals, either had been removed before you came along, and you had no captain. So from your point of view, the only way is up.
Well, and that was the same actually when we're interviewing coaches, because what we didn't do was say, right, we think you're going to be white ball, you're going to be red ball. We just sort of asked the field, you know, and people obviously applied for the job, and so.
Well, sorry for interrupting, but you say that now because it's pretty self-evident that's. But did you really, truly, and honestly go in with a completely open mind? And we'll talk specifically about Brendan McCullum, because he had no pedigree as a red ball coach. He didn't have much pedigree as a coach. He'd coached in T20 franchises. So you say that now, but really, did you honestly think, I'm going to walk out of this room and Brendan McCullum's going to be my red ball coach?
Well, very early on, I thought that Brendan McCullum was one of the front runners for me. You know, forget about what everyone else thought. I always thought Brendan McCullum, but even before I was doing this job, I always thought, and I knew him a little bit, not a lot actually. We'd done a bit of commentary together, and I'd watched and I'd listened to the Cowdrey lecture, and I'd watched what New Zealand did. And all you ever really want, I think, in anything, is you want people who are aligned to your philosophy and the way you think, and the way that you think the game should be played. And I was very clear on that, and that's what I wanted. And then you sit down and you interview, and there's loads of interviews we did
with lots of different people, and you sort of work out who's most attuned to what you think. Because if you don't have that alignment in anything, then there's real trouble. I think that's where problems come. If you have a coach and captain who aren't aligned, if you have a managing director who's not aligned, if there's someone who has a different way of doing things, and that doesn't mean you can't challenge each other and have disagreements, that's not it at all, but your basic philosophy is the same. And that's what Brendan McCullum had. I had two choices, I saw it. I either had the England team in Test cricket needed someone who was going to be really tough on them, really hard, be like a drill sergeant, who was going to give no quarter, or they needed someone who was going to try and take the pressure off and try and get the best out of them in that way. Not be by being soft on them, because actually Brendan McCullum takes no quarter at all. If there's anything that he's not happy with, then he's going to make sure he will pull those people up on it. But it was about how do you get the best out of these people, and that was my view. And that's when I spoke with Brendan, that's exactly how he saw it as well. And that was my sort of theory. I felt that England cricketers had a lot of people, when this is our culture, telling them what you can't do. Oh, I'll be careful of this. Don't do that. Oh, you can't do that. The problem is that's not particularly inspiring. And Brendan McCullum is the opposite of that. He sort of tries to broaden your horizons to what you can do.
So you had this debonair, dashing blueprint whirring around in your mind, thinking, this is really the way I want English red ball cricket to go. And Brendan McCullum was the man that sparked that for you? Or did you spark it and see him as being the ideal, well, he can't be a catalyst, but innovator, if you like?
Well, yeah, he's the one. The only thing I would say, and that's why both of us, Brendan and myself, it's not I'm against it at all, but we don't use the Bazball comment, because what it's not, to me, you said it there, it is not about just playing shots and being aggressive. It's actually, how do you get seriously talented cricketers to make the most? You just get out of their way a little bit and you try and free them up in a world now where there are so many people telling you what you can't do, whether that's in whatever you do, whether you're in politics or anything, and it's in our culture a bit, where I found it actually really fascinating. So we played against New Zealand in a manner, in a style, which actually Joe Root wasn't slogging. Johnny Bairstow people, they haven't been slogging in that regard.
You could have lost a couple of those games just as easily as you've ended up winning them.
Absolutely.
Let's be realistic about it.
Absolutely, but it's not about just going out there and being ultra aggressive. And what I found really interesting was that, so we won against New Zealand, and then straight away it was like, yeah, but that won't work against India. And it won't work against...
Who was telling you that?
No, in the media. You sort of read and everything, you know. And but that's what I think we do. That's what I do.
They're going to get their comeuppance. It's all going to go wrong.
Which there's every chance that might happen. But why are we getting so far ahead of ourselves? Let's concentrate and focus on what we can control now, today, which is very much Brendan and Stokes' thing. It's like, let's go out and entertain people today, not worry about the future. And it's the same thing, you know, we've got our plans in mind, and there's a hell of a lot of thought that goes into what these guys have done. And it's the same thing, you know, and then it's like, we beat India, and it's like, now it's, yeah, but this won't work against Australia. And it's like, no, okay, it might not, but that's not an inspiring message to give. That's fine for everyone else to be talking about that. But in our dressing room, we've got to be talking about what people can do, how you can succeed, what is possible, not living in this world that we do a bit of, oh yeah, but you can't do this. Yeah, but you can't hit on the up. You can't do that to so-and-so. It's like, all right, guys, yeah, we know that.
Excuse the pun then. What is the key to exploring this self-expression for the players? Because it's the same players that were played through the winter in a completely different environment, obviously, but they've been allowed to come out and express themselves. How have you managed to turn that?
Well, what I would say is that's my theory. How Brendan and Stokesy have done it really is the key, and it's little things. It's how do you give people confidence? The game, as you know, as everyone who's played any sport knows, we're different players when we're confident. You know, look at the white ball side here. We've had a tough time against tough oppositions, you know, but they're just lacking that little bit of confidence. But that will come back, and they'll fly again because there's some seriously good players in that. And I watched, so it's the language and the terminology that's used in the dressing room from them. It's not a negative, you know, oh, be careful of this, watch out for that, don't do this on here. And it's little things really, like Alex Lees, for example, who had played fairly in a stodgy manner in the Caribbean. And he got 20 odd in the second innings at Lord's. And Joe Root had played brilliantly. Joe Root had won the game with a fantastic 100. You know, and a game that was in the balance, and Ben Folkes had played really well. So it was obvious that those guys had been the standouts. But Stokes, he sort of made a real point with Alex Lees in the dressing room afterwards, and just like, Alex, the way you went and played there, that intent you showed, that's what we want. That's the best I've ever seen you play for England. So they're giving full clarity on how they want someone to play, which actually, if you look at it, at times when I was playing, we lived in a world where coaches were constantly saying, don't play that shot. You know, if you look to leave, you know, just don't play outside off stump, just leave that ball. But when you do that, the best way, as we all know, to do that is to think positively about it, to look to score and then leave. And it's that sort of thing that they've been talking about. And the same with Johnny, who actually had played a big shot at Lord's in the second innings. He came out playing, shot a ball, and he got out, sort of drove a couple, then he went once more and he got bowled. Now, a lot of people would have actually said, what are you doing now? That was the last ball of his spell. Switch on. You know, why don't you think about that? Why did you do that? Don't do that again. Whereas actually what they did, they turned and said, the way you played there, that's what we're about. There's more of that. So whether they thought that was the right thing he did there or not, but actually the next time, how much more confidence do you feel with that? And it's those things. And the same with the ball to Jimmy Broady. It's not being about, like, if we look to keep the scoreboard under control and we look to, you know, if we don't let the batsman score, then we'll get wickets. Actually, it's very simple, their thing is, it's like we look to take wickets with the ball. And you have to, and Brendan sort of says everything better than me, but it's like you have to be malleable enough to change the plan when the team requires it, you know, and do what Ben's asking as the captain and what the team wants you to do. And they've loved it because actually it's like taking away some of the fear of going for a few runs. But you can still, with that, you look to take wickets, but you also still look to stop them scoring. It's just not your primary objective. So you're giving everyone more options. And there's something in it for everyone. It does not mean that if you're a less aggressive player that there's not a place for you in this team. No, that's not the case. This might hopefully just bring more out of you because it's just freeing you where you're not living in this world of don't do this.
It's very clear that there's an awful lot of enthusiasm from within you, which obviously transfers through to your lieutenants, and I use that term not as an insult, but and I think whatever else you've done and you've transformed, I'm saying you, but there has been a transformation in the way Test cricket has been played. It sent out a message not only to England but to the rest of the world about the way the game is played, and it's captured the imagination of the cricket watching and the sports watching public. That must gratify you.
Yeah, I've loved that fact, but that's all down to Ben and the way that, and Brendan in particular, because it's little things to me. Sport is not just about winning. I know we sort of tell our kids, and I get really annoyed when people sort of say, no, it's the taking part. No, I'm not saying that at all. But actually there is a style and a way. This is meant to be entertainment. You know, most people aren't fortunate enough to be professional cricketers. They've got proper jobs, real lives, real struggles, and actually cricket's the thing they want to watch to get away from that. You know, it's the escape, and we're in these guys playing for England, they're in a privileged position to be able to try and entertain them. So when you go to Trent Bridge, and I wouldn't have done it, you know, because even I don't think like that, but what Brendan said at tea about on that last day about we're going, what do they need, 160 or something?
Yeah,
I was in Holland. I was in Holland
tonight.
actually.
Is that it?
No, it was the last day at Trent Bridge. The game was in the balance. Johnny Bairstow and Ben Stokes were in, and there were 160 needed. What's that? Probably 6 wickets left. And at tea, most of us, as you would know, in the dressing room as a captain, we're like, let's just have a look here, lads. You know, let's just see what's going on.
Yeah.
Whereas Brendan and Ben were like, we're winning this game. And and I don't know exactly, but Brendan was like, I'll take responsibility. If we don't win this, I'll take responsibility. I don't care what you know, it's on me, whatever. We're going out to win this no matter what. You know, and that clarity, and then Johnny goes out and plays the way he did. Now, when you look back on that, with a packed house on the last day at Trent Bridge, The only thing that we couldn't have done there was, the only thing that was the wrong thing to do with hindsight was to block out for the draw. I think we would have got more respect and more belief almost from the fans, the crowds, in the way that we went and played that game and the fact we gave it a go. And if it hadn't worked, I still think people would have been proud actually of what they tried to do. The fact we actually went and won it and Johnny played that unbelievable innings and Ben did, it then sort of captured the imagination even more. But that's what this is, you know, you and I have done it. This is not life and death, you know, and yet we treat it at times in professional sport like it's a proper job, and it's not. It's like, Gert, this is the best time of your life as a 20 plus something. Make the most of it.
Let's just take it down a level, because the message is very clear, I think, that we now want and expect county cricket, red ball cricket, to follow and think about, or certainly think about and hopefully follow, the example that's been set in the last 2 or 3 months.
Yeah.
And let's not forget, we're doing this for Lancashire TV, so there's an awful lot of county supporters watching this. How is this going to impact on the counties, and in terms of play, but also, and we'll come on to this perhaps in a little bit more detail in a minute, about the impact that England has on county cricket. Let's do the first bit first, about the way we play. And you have been, I'm not sure critical is the right word, you have been realistic in your comments about county cricket and the pitches we play on. And of course, being here at Emirates Old Trafford, we tend to look at this in shock and horror, because we are pleased to have one of the best grounds in the world here. And the pitches are good, and you would know that. And if every county pitch was like this, I don't think you'd have a complaint. But so how is this going to transform English county cricket as well? How's it going to affect county cricket?
Well, similar. I mean, that again, because people would say, why is it important? Surely it's just important about winning. Yeah, okay. Why do you need a brand? Why do you need a style of play or whatever? But it's like, well, if you look at what the white ball team did, it wasn't about winning the World Cup. What Owen Morgan did and Trevor Bayliss was that they changed the way, a mentality as much as anything, for our white ball game. And now you look at probably every county, every club, that way of playing has filtered down. So now we have so many batsmen coming through that play in that method. You know, these young players, now you could argue it's an easier way to go about things in white ball cricket, and it's not quite as straightforward in Test cricket, which is true. So you hope it has a knock-on effect, that it inspires a few people to want to play the longest form, and actually that there is a way that, you know, Test cricket or the longer form of cricket does not mean you have to defend your wicket like it's your life, is the thing. Whether it does, we'll wait and see, but you're absolutely right. Then the other part of that is other things that it's not quite under me, but it's in my sort of remit, but it's something that I have an influence in, I'd like to think, is things like pitches. And to be fair, this year the pitches have all seemed better. And that's a big thing, and you're absolutely right. Here is probably one of the best, if not the best, wickets in the country, because of one thing, really. It's got pace and bounce. You know, and it's not with pace and bounce because it's left so much grass on it that it goes everywhere. And the reason why I think it's so important, because you find out who the best bowlers are, because you've got to be a proper bowler to bowl on that surface. If you're a spinner, you're going to get a bit out of it, but it's not going to be ridiculous. You're going to have to earn your time. And if you're a batsman, you're going to have to bat well to score runs on it. And that, then, when you look at this year where the wickets have been better, whether it's the ball or whatever have you, look at Potts. Because it's a good decision getting Potts. And, you know, he plays with Stoke, so that's lucky.
We've seen him for a while.
Correct.
You and I. We've seen him play county cricket for 3-4 years.
Correct.
And he's been not a total standout, but he's somebody you tick.
But also, because he's done it at a time when it's really tough to be a bowler, this year when no one else was getting wickets, he's learned. All that means is to be successful, you have to be more accurate. You have to do something with the ball, you know, and then it's an easy selection because he's getting 7 footers, and we've seen him, and Mo Bobat, who's the performance director has seen him from under-19 cricket. So there's this whole pathway in place. And then, because he's played in the right conditions, his game leaps forward. And it's the same, there's been so many players like that. I mean, we picked the white ball squads. You got, I mean, like Gleeson.
Mm. That's been miraculous, the way he's come back into the game. He's hardly bowled a ball for 2 years. And he bowls 93 mile an hour guns now.
I know, and then you must be frustrated as a ex-director of cricket thinking, oh, if only we'd had him for 2 years. But that's the investment that you guys have put in that's now going to benefit English cricket. Fingers crossed. But that's, he's learning in conditions that, it's like when they played it, that was great. He did it against India and that batting lineup. On those conditions, it's like, he's
got himself an IPL contract now, hasn't he? Well, it'll be close anyway.
But you know what I mean? Like, if you do that, you've got to feel you've got to feel 10 foot tall.
I agree. It's a good point you make about promoting players or developing players to play international cricket. That is what counties are for. Generally, it's it should be one of their highest aims, to produce the best quality cricketers that they can do. And then obviously there's a natural progression from county cricket into the international. The biggest frustration that supporters and counties have, I think, is that there appears to be, or has appeared to be, a lack of empathy with the counties from England. A particular case in point, the T20 competition that's just gone by, which is a good competition. Yeah. And from my mind should be promoted a little bit more than it is. But we had a great set of quarterfinals, semi-final, final. Yeah. All without the England players. There were one or two released. Yeah. Grant you that. But would that be a frustration for you that you can't release more? And is that something you might be looking to address?
That's something, again, with the schedule this year, that has been a frustration, really, because generally, and what we've tried to do is release people as much as we can. Yeah. So throughout those quarterfinals, I was constantly talking to the coaches, who were very good as well. We said, we don't want people sitting on the bench, which is a massive bonus this year from COVID times, when actually everyone had to stay there. And a lot of the time, people are still living in this COVID where, with the way that people did things back then, businesses and stuff like that, you don't have to keep people around. So what we've tried to do as much as we can is release people to play for their counties. And the problem's been when there's been a game the next day or something. Mm-hmm. And to the point even where we've said to them, right, okay, we've got 3 ODIs, for example, coming up. Do you think that you're going to play every bowler? Is it realistic that every seamer is going to play every game? And we'd say, generally, you say, well, no, there's a chance that one might need to be rested here or there. I said, right, okay, let's try and make it so that if you're going to rest, let's say, I think it might be David Willey at some point. He's got finals day on the Saturday. Let's rest him for that Sunday so then he can go and do that. So we've tried as much as we can to do that. And what we're trying to do is make sure that in so many instances, the schedule's a schedule at the moment. That's something it's not what we necessarily do, but
you'll have an influence over it though.
Well, you hope so, yes, going forward. Yeah. And this year's been particularly tough because we had that India test match that was a make-up test from this one. We've got to go to Holland because we didn't go during COVID time. So you hope that we can get that better in the future. But generally, we sort of have tried as much as we can. And what we want to do actually, and we're trying to do, is when we have the conversations about the various players, whether it's centrally contracted ones, which Lancashire have a lot, what we're trying to do is actually work with the counties. So actually to sit round together with Chile, Chappie, the S&Cs, the physios, the people on our side, and actually say, well, what do we all think is best for this player? What do we all think is best for Joss Butler or whoever, Liam Livingstone, whoever it is? And then come up with something that works so that we can give some ownership back to the counties to say, you guys, you producing these players, keep going with it. How can we help rather than us telling you what to do all the time?
That's really good. And what I would have hoped you would do and expect from you. Let's just talk a little bit about the structure. There's going to be a review, or there's an ongoing review. The structure is a thing that frustrates not only players and administrators, and probably you and me, but also member supporters. Would you consider, and are you considering, reducing the number of county games, which I think would be a good thing, and reducing the red ball games perhaps to a division of 12 and 6, and have 11 games in the first division, and then for the white ball T20 just reduce that a little bit, and 50 over, and that may be your most contentious area, given one or two comments that have been passed over the last couple of weeks. Wasim Akram said it's probably on its way out. We all thought about that actually in 2015 when the competition was in Australia, and Brendan McCullum, no less, resurrected the way to play 50 over cricket. So no, we're going back a bit now, 7 years. Anyway, so in terms of the domestic structure, for me it has to change, and it has to be streamlined, and there has to be more time made. Now you can't make time, so what you do, you take games out of it to create time. Or have I answered your question?
No, I think you've answered your own question. No, what it is there's two things. That the high performance review is not just a domestic structure review, and at the moment where there's lots of that, you've got the first class counties chairman, you've got the CEOs, you've got various different groups that we're all sort of getting. We're canvassing opinions really to try and work out what everyone who's got a stake in the game really thinks the best thing to do is. So we're not at the point where we're saying you're going to reduce games, you're going to have more games, less games or anything. We're at the point now where we're trying to, because what we want to really do is take the game with us with this, rather than actually just do it to the game, just say, right, this is what's happening, this is what you're going to do. So whether it is less games, more games, whether it's whatever, that part is what's being thrown around at the moment, trying to work out the best way, along with so much of what is high performance. So how can we help to make more pitches like Old Trafford? How can you help under-19 cricket? All these things are getting thrown into the mix. And at some point over the next month or two, we'll start firming up some ideas. But lots of suggestions are in the melting pot at the moment. And I genuinely, I'm not trying to hide anything, I couldn't tell you how it's going to end up. There's lots of different ideas. But as you know as well, it's incredibly tough to work out exactly the best way for everyone. But I also think there's part of it that's got to be how can the England team and the England setup help county cricket as well, not actually it's county cricket's job to help us all the time. So I don't know where that's going to end up at the moment, but that's all the things you've spoken about are in the melting pot.
Let's just move on quickly to white ball cricket. You've had a wonderful, I can't say honeymoon period, that's rubbish, but you've had a great start to your red ball performances. White ball's been difficult and is probably destined to get a little bit more difficult before it gets better, because you've got new personnel in Matthew Mott's come in, he's lost his captain, you've lost your talismanic all-rounder in Ben Stokes.
Yeah.
So it's an interesting one for you, because you were obviously charged, or you thought that red ball cricket
would be the easy one,
and the white ball will just take care of itself. Ain't working that way at the moment, is it?
No, but the one thing I would say about that is that one, I didn't know that Owen Morgan was going to, but Morgan's never gave me a guarantee that he was going to do it. And I always felt that he would do what he felt was right, not for him, for English cricket actually. So, you know, Joss has come in, who I think is an outstanding captain, and from dealing with him, he's been fantastic. They've just played against a very, very good side in India, where the ball did actually more than they were expecting. You know, the injuries to our bowlers hasn't hit us in Test cricket at all, because we've got Anderson Broad, and then Potts has come about, so we've not really felt it at all. And we felt it a bit more in white ball cricket, and the batsmen haven't quite been at their best. And a lot of that could be down, the pitch at the Oval had a bit more in it, all those things, you know, there's probably lots of different factors. But when I look at teams, what concerns me more is when you don't have the resource, i.e. you don't have the cattle, you don't have the players. But I look at our batting lineup at Bairstow, you know, you've got Bairstow, Roy, Joe Root, whoever these people are, Josh Butler, Liam Livingstone, Salt. There's all these guys. You've got Brook knocking around. You've got so many to choose from. They'll find form at some point. So I'm quite pleased. I'd much rather we'd played against like a team like that Indian team and we'd have seen the Gleesons and the people, and Chris Jordan bowled well, Topley bowled well. We started to find out about people properly against a good side, rather than playing someone or a team that were nowhere near as good as us, and we just blitzed through them and we wouldn't learn anything. So I've been quite pleased actually that we're in this period of play. And I also think, you know, people forget, you know, Joss, Matthew Mott, you're quite right. It's going to take them a little bit of time to make it their team and find their rhythm. People forget, you know, Moore's captain England in the World Cup in 2015 as well, and it took him a little while to find his voice and the way that he wanted people to go about it. I think Joss will find that quickly, and it won't take long before they start taking it to another level. There's two seriously good people there with Joss and Matthew Mott. So I'm actually, you know, I think we're in a better place in white ball cricket now than we were at the start of this competition because of some of these bowlers coming through. You know, and then you add to that into the mix, like you got Wokes, Archer, Wood, all these guys, and you think, hang up, you know, this is looking pretty good. We've got more options now than we did.
You've mentioned about 20 players there, which brings me to my next point, selection.
Yeah.
Because you haven't, I want to say haven't addressed it, you probably haven't needed to so far, but there is going to come a point where you're going to have to think about how you structure your selection, and who is going to do that, and what sort of format it's going to take, how many people, etc.
Yeah.
Are you basically in charge of that at the moment, doing it off your own bat?
Yeah, so I'm effectively the head selector, and what we do is with each team at the moment, so you've got Ben, Brendan, myself as the vote, as it were, because what I like, I can't bear wasting time. So it's like if you all sit around and go, I want him, I want him, I want him, and you go, okay, we've all debated this long enough, who you having, who you having, who you having? Vote's done, then we move on. And there's been times actually where we haven't always agreed, and it works well. And then you see where I'm very lucky, and I couldn't do this job, the performance director, who's been there for a while actually, Mo Bobat, who's an unsung hero actually of English cricket, who has done so much work behind the scenes, never really got any credit for it, from right back to working with Straussy when they set up this plan for England in white ball cricket, all of that. And Mo's fantastic, and he's on that panel. David Court as well, who's in charge of player ID. You've got a whole scouting network of people. I've got a good, you know, whether it's like contacts book in my phone, you know, I can speak to people, whether it's you, whether it's Bumble, whether it's Athnas, anyone around. I can speak to players about, you know, that I still know and say, what's it like facing Potts? So we've got this huge network of people. So it's not about like a head selector. It's someone who's going to actually facilitate that process, deal with the media, all those things. Because, you know, if I want to know about pathway cricket or the next best coming through, Mo, David Court,
you've got
every scout,
they have people around you.
We've got great people, which I think is leadership actually. One thing I think I've got to be, I don't know how to really do emails properly. I don't know how to do a lot of stuff. But what I do think, I'd like to think I'm a decent judge of character and a person. And I just make sure I've got good people around me that can challenge me and make good decisions. And Mo's certainly been brilliant. The two of us have worked very well together, and that's really helped me. And a lot of the decisions have been joint in that regard. So the head selector or selector, however we slice it up, you know, is about the person that fits into that group. You know, the person that can help facilitate that, to be present at county games, to, you know, make sure that they're on tour at times, you know, so you're just keeping the process in check when I can't necessarily. So I can't tell you exactly where I'm at with it. We need someone, whether it's where exactly they fit into that is a different thing.
All in the fullness of time. Just to wrap this up, it's quite obvious from the way we've talked and the time we've taken, which time has flown, that you're hugely enthusiastic about English cricket, international cricket in all its forms, developmental cricket. How important is county cricket to you, the county system and the counties that provide all these players?
Well, you see, people at times when I was working for Sky, probably because I had to go up pitches or stuff like that, felt if I was anti, but actually this is where I'm from. I know more about, or I'm got more of an affiliation to county cricket than a lot of people. I didn't play a huge amount of international cricket, but I also see the potential for county cricket. When I got into this job, you know, and people, I said, I remember people asking me about, well, will you be able to do this? Will you be able to do that? I said, I've got a downer on English cricket it seems like a lot of people. I'm so optimistic about things. I look at the players that are coming through the county system. You know, as I said, there's so many good players coming through. I think it's hugely important, you know, because without that, you haven't got an England team, really. So I'm incredibly optimistic, incredibly positive about county cricket and what it can provide.
Well, I think after this chat, there'll be an awful lot of people in the cricketing world hoping that you'll do as much as you can to safeguard the county cricket structure. Well, the structure will change, but the county cricket players.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that generally, you know, we're that close in English cricket to having everything, to being really good at Test cricket, to being really good at white ball cricket as well. You know, and we're not far away. A little change of mentality here and there, and we're getting one step closer. And there's going to be a real rocky road ahead at times, I'd imagine, with this England team. And you know, it's not always going to be where they're winning and stuff like that. But as long as we keep that mentality right throughout English cricket, I think we've got a good chance.
Rob, thanks very much. You've started brilliantly as Managing Director of Men's Cricket. Let's hope it continues for many, many years to come. Thanks for being here at Emirates Old Trafford.
Cheers, Will.
Welcome along to another edition of Beyond the Boundary with myself, Paul Allott. And today I'm delighted to have the greatest left-arm quick bowler in the history of the game alongside me. Played for Lancashire for 10 years, has become an adopted Lancashirian and had a wonderful international career with Pakistan. Wasim Akram, welcome along.
Thank you, Old.
Welcome back to Emirates Old Trafford. Does it still feel a little bit special when you... Welcome along to another edition of Beyond.
So the view from Emirates Old Trafford, I'm afraid, is that of rain. The sight and sound of rain. It is tipping it down, and I can tell you what you probably already know is that the game has been abandoned. Or the day's play has been abandoned. Result confirmed. Match is finished in a draw. No further play possible on this fourth and final day. It is absolutely tipping it down, and a rather damp end to the season, I'm afraid, for Lancashire's home game. Of course, there's still one more fixture to come next week at Canterbury. Likewise for Nottinghamshire, who are at Trent Bridge next week against Middlesex. Phoebe Graham's alongside me. We've got a bit of cricket today, perhaps a little bit more than what we thought we were going to get when we rocked up this morning.
We got a few overs in, which was good for Lancashire. They managed to get a batting point. We saw debutant Matty Hurst go on and score his debut 50, which was incredible to watch. So at least there were a few moments of magic today before it rained and it poured.
That was a lovely moment, wasn't it, for Hurst? And what a lovely way to get to 50 as well. It's a terrific, probably the shot of the match.
Absolutely, a beautiful cover drive, pierced the gap for 4 and brought up his 50 at Emirates Old Trafford, and played some really critical partnerships within his knock as well. He took to the pitch alongside Stephen Croft and finished his innings with Jack Blatherwick. So I'm sure he would have loved to have gone on and batted more, because he was looking in his complete flow, unfazed by the brilliant seam attack of Nottinghamshire. and Notts were just unable to pick up the full wickets today to get an extra bowling point for themselves. So I think overall we thought it was going to be a battle of the bonus points, and we managed to watch a couple of overs play.
Yes, it was a bit of a battle of the bonus points in the end, wasn't it? As you say, Lancashire got to that 250 mark and managed to get a bat in bonus points, and Notts picking up a couple of bowling bonus points as well. Just to round off then, Phoebe, obviously one game left for Lancashire, which is at Canterbury next week against Kent. Just your kind of your overall thoughts on what you've seen from Lancashire this season. There's been some good moments, some frustrating moments, and a mixture, a bit of all sorts, really, isn't there?
Yeah, I think Lancashire will be disappointed where they're sitting in the table at the moment. I don't think it's a fair reflection on some of the great cricket that they've played, particularly with the bat. They've built some really, really strong partnerships and posted some huge totals, but just really struggled at home at Emirates Old Trafford to win games of cricket. I think this will be the 6th game consecutively that they've drawn here at home. So that'll be something that they're taking to the table throughout the winter to try and understand what they need to do to turn those draws into wins here at Emirates Old Trafford. But like I say, we've seen some really great cricket from them, as we'd expect. Great to see some of the debutants come through, like Matty Hurst today. I think the Royal London Cup gives a great opportunity for some of the youngsters at Lancashire to come through, and then to plug them into the county championship at the end of the season is great, and it just shows how ready some of those young guns are for Lancashire, with Matty Hurst doing so well today on debut. So yeah, I think there's amazing signs for Lancashire, but probably a bit of digging to do as to why they can't convert those draws into wins, because there's been some brilliant totals set here at Lancashire this year.
Yeah, unfortunately another drawn match at Emirates Old Trafford. Let's hope next season we can see a few wins here at home for Lancashire. So that is it for our coverage this season of both Lancashire's men's and women's side. We were discussing the Thunder just before the lunch break as well, and we'll be back with coverage next season on Lancs TV of Lancashire's men's and women's side. Dave Bracegirdle from BBC Radio Nottingham will be at Trent Bridge next week for coverage of Notts against Middlesex on their live stream and the BBC Sport website and app. I'll be travelling down to Canterbury for coverage of Kent against Lancashire starting on Tuesday, and again coverage via the live stream and on the BBC Sport website and app, where you can find ball-by-ball commentary of every single game, home and away. Phoebe, thank you for your company again throughout the course of this season.
Great, thanks for yours too, Scott.
It's been an absolute pleasure. I hope you've enjoyed the coverage here on Lancs TV. I'm afraid we're signing off with a draw and a rain in Manchester. But on behalf of the whole team, led by Colin and the entire gang, there's too many to mention by name. Thank you for all your efforts. It's been another terrific season. Hope you've enjoyed it. We finish here at Emirates Old Trafford on Lancs TV and the BBC Sport website and app with the day abandoned and the match is drawn.
Oh, this is unbelievable. Oh, I tell you, whoever is on the buttons tonight, you deserve a little Brucey bonus.
The Baywatch Tower. I don't know I don't know who's operating the camera there. That could be Liv that's operating the camera over there, perhaps. But in the Baywatch Tower on the party stand.
Oh yes, that's she.
There we go. All by herself.
Morning.
All with it. She's with her mates.
No, I think everybody's a bit short after the Test match.
What's he doing there?
There's somebody sat there, mate. Somebody been sitting there.
To the media tent, please, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you, Terry. I could get quite used to this. Nice, steady, gentle pace as well.
Is Frankie under there? For those watching on Lancs TV, hello. For those watching on Lancs TV, it was seeing a picture of the camera, which is covered up by a blue tarpaulin, and it's like a tent.
Woo! She's made the telly on Lancs TV. There's fans in the crowd smiling and waving.
Andrew Evans listening with his cat. Looks at this. It's a picture of his cat and greetings from Alabama.
Who did Lancashire play in the first ever one-day cricket match in 1963?
Blimey, you were still playing then, weren't you?
We're not sure. We think it's Lancashire. I'm not Lancashire, Yorkshire, but who knows? Probably.
We've got Northampshire. We've got Northampshire.
Okay, amazing. Fraser, over to you to
Here we
find out
go.
the answer.
Thanks, Naya. Yes, the answer is actually Leicestershire.
I do like this new feature. What is this? Oblivious Cam.
Oblivious Cam, yeah.
People who are not watching the game get there on TV.
That's one of the members of the crew. From Old Baghdad.
Well, he enjoys that.
Andy?
He's enjoying that, I think.
Well done, Andy. He likes it. He likes a bit of Harry. He's happy with that one. See, that's the thing. Are you always going to be happy with your looky-likey?
Look at that. How many's there?
1, 2, 3. That's an outstanding effort. He must be great at a bar, George Bogerson. Well, he can come back with like 4 or 5 pints in one go, can't he? That's nudged away beyond Heldrick, down towards the boundary. Well, there's runs here for Croft, 4 of them. And there's George Franks, one of the finest photographers inside the ground fields.
Of course, I don't think spare balls are going to be quite as plentiful here as they were in the Test match that finished so wonderfully yesterday.
This could be like watching the Open golf. This couldn't it?
Yeah.
Desperately searching in the rough for a ball. Director of Cricket's have a look under there. Let's have a look there. Oh no, it's not there. No, there's a few cables there. That's about it. Katie's having a look as well as Mark Chilton. How about it? Oh, there we go. We found it.
No, that's got to be the whole team.
Yeah, it's outstanding. That.
You know, that would wind me up.
I think, maybe one for Liam Dawson here.
Dawson's talking to him.
Yeah, you got me one, mate. Go on, Dane, just talk us through that.
Well, beautiful catch there by George Burrell, another wicket keeper, having 3 wicket keepers behind the stumps, which is good to see. Good catch. But I just think where we bowl, the boys have pitched it up, and every time we have pitched it up, we look dangerous. So very good, and hopefully it continues.
Cheers, Dane. We'll leave you for that team huddle. We'll catch up with you again in a bit.
Cheers, thanks.
Big shot out towards the leg side. He's going to go all the way for 6, is that? That may have banged somewhere on the Lancs TV van, I think, by the looks of it. There's Colin, who apparently is in charge. Most of it happening because of generator issues, but yeah, it's been a terrific effort by Lancashire with the bat today. They're coming today. They're a mile behind in the match.
Oh, look at this!
Very much.
Oh, what a star!
Oh.
And there was Scott saying, "I can't believe that the Lancashire dressing room are ordering more, and they've come this way. Thank you very much."
We've got to thank for this.
Thank you, guys.
Nice room.
How's that? How's
How's that?